To be talking about these charges at this news conference today, along with the BCA supervisor, the Brooklyn Park Police Chief, and the Hennepin County Sheriff.
This all became evident as to what was happening. This would have been early Saturday morning. On the 14th at about 2:05 a.m. they received a phone call from a residence there in Champlin. This was the Hoffman residence, the caller saying that her parents had been shot.
Yeah, what was interesting about these charges, something that we learned overnight from these charges, is that police say someone came to that door of Senator John Hoffman's home in Champlin and identified themselves as law enforcement. They had what looked like a law enforcement vehicle in the driveway of that home, knocked on the door and announced himself as law enforcement, wearing some kind of tactical gear, what looked like a utility belt that a police officer would wear. So we learned through this complaint that he announced himself as a police officer before entering that house and shooting two victims who we now understand to be Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette. Both of them have survived that shooting and are recovering right now. But then this all went to a second location.
Exactly right. And then we fast forward about an hour and a half, and police were actually going toward Speaker Melissa Hortman's home in Brooklyn Park. The Brooklyn Park Police was that would be Boelter, and at that residence in Brooklyn Park, he somehow managed to get away, but they believed that they had enough information from that scene to make this the probable cause of this person who they were looking for. And that's when the manhunt was on soon after, taking 43 hours before they finally caught up to him at a second residence of Boelter's.
Yeah, some information released overnight just kind of shedding light on how all of this happened. As you mentioned, about an hour and a half after that first phone call, they just preemptively went to Melissa Hortman's house, knowing that she was a representative as well, to check on her. And that's when they say they came across this shooter actively shooting through the front door, hitting Melissa Hortman's husband, Mark. They say they actually exchanged gunfire with the man before he ran back into the house. And that's when police say they were able to chase him down. He got out of that house and ran away. But they did learn that Melissa Hortman had been shot inside that home. Her husband had been shot. We learned this morning that their dog had also been shot and has also passed away. Then police say that they actually found some tactical gear. Officers said that in the surrounding area near that house, they found a ballistic vest, a disassembled firearm, a mask, and a gold police-style badge, which we heard the Brooklyn Park police chief say early on in this investigation. That badge, it looked like a law enforcement badge, which is kind of at the center of all of this impersonation. And
that was the same story, of course, we had in the first stop in Champlin with the Hoffmans, and the fact that there was what appeared to be a police car with the lights flashing and what appeared to be a police officer wearing a police uniform and a mask in this case.
You just saw that box there as we're getting ready, waiting at the Hennepin County Courthouse for this news conference to begin, where again we're expecting to hear from the Hennepin County Attorney, the BCA, the Hennepin County Sheriff, the Brooklyn Park Police Department. So expecting to get a little more clarification on these charges as well.
And right now, we know that there's been a lot of us, most of us, in shock about what has happened in our state over the past 48 hours or so. Coming to terms with what has happened. And so many people are going to the Capitol right now, and they're bringing memorabilia to remember Melissa Hortman and her husband, and also to pay tribute to the senator who was shot and his wife, who are recovering, thankfully. But let's get to our Chinooher. He's there at the Capitol showing us the outpouring of support, the heartfelt, I mean, we know people are very emotionally affected by all of this. Good morning, Chinoo.
Good morning, Tom. Absolutely. It's been just a steady stream of people stopping by the Capitol all morning. We've been out here since about 6 o'clock, and people have been coming by steadily. As you can see here at this memorial right behind me here, people have been dropping off flowers and cards and just coming to take pictures. In fact, right to the left here, you see people coming over here with flowers in hand, ready to drop those off right here at this memorial to pay their respects to Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark. And then there's also another memorial out here, a tribute out here, actually just wishing speedy recoveries to the senator and his wife as well. We did speak to a few folks who came out here, and one man we spoke to, he says his wife is actually also an elected official here locally. And when he heard about what happened this weekend, he was emotional. He thought about his wife, and he said, to be quite honest, he was terrified for his wife. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Let's go to a meeting. I canceled my meeting. I drove here instead. I stopped and got flowers to put on Melissa's memorial, and just reminded of what's happened this weekend. And my wife is a city council woman in Golden Valley, and getting a text at 5 in the morning, Saturday morning, saying, hey, there's been an attack on an elected official, just be careful, and like, what? Like, what is going on? And we didn't have any information at that point, like a lot of people, right? But just thinking about my wife, and that I've never had to think about things like that before.
Yeah, you just hear his emotions in that soundbite, that interview there. Now, as for the Hoffmans, Yvette Hoffman says they are recovering, and she shared a family statement with us saying that John and I are both incredibly lucky to be alive. We continue our healing journey and are humbled by the outpouring of love and support our family has received from across the state and our nation. And today they do have a GoFundMe set up as well to support the Hoffmans in their recovery. The goal, $140,000 right now, as I check. They are close to $111,000 at this time at 10:07. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that as well and kind of just see how that grows. But back out here at the Capitol, I mean, you see more people still coming by, flowers in hand, to pay their respects to the speaker here and her husband, who were tragically killed over the weekend. And, again, the people that we spoke to, some of them didn't even know Melissa Hortman or her husband. Some of them didn't even know Senator John Hoffman or his wife, but they wanted to come out here to show their respects and to also remember the legacy of Melissa Hortman and all the work that she has done as an elected official here in the state of Minnesota, and the work that she has done for Minnesotans. So we'll continue to stay out here, guys, and just see how things shape up out here, and then just keep an eye on this memorial as it continues to grow. We'll talk to people as well just to see how they are going to continue to remember Melissa Hortman.
And we also know there's a separate memorial, maybe you can show us that too, for Senator Hoffman and his wife, thankfully, who survived this awful atrocity. Kind of take us over there and show us what we have that they've set up for the Hoffmans as well, if you could.
Yeah, so this memorial right here to my left, you see it's a big dream catcher. So on one side, it's paying respects to Representative Hortman and her husband, and then on the other side, you'll see on the right side with that red dream catcher, that side is for Senator John Hoffman and his wife. So we'll show you that in a little bit. Right now, some people are taking pictures of it, so we won't step in there. But that side there is paying respects to them, and also there's a sign there that's calling for unity and peace for Minnesotans at this time while we deal with this tragedy here in the state.
Right, and we heard from a fellow colleague of Melissa Hortman, who her battle cry was, in Minnesota, we don't wear a red shirt or a blue shirt, we wear a Minnesota shirt. And this is the time for that, certainly.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, thank you. Thank you, Chanu. Okay, we are hearing word that the news conference with the Hennepin County Attorney is just getting started. You see Hennepin County Attorney Mary Morardi there at the podium and some other folks filing in behind her. We are going to take you live to that press conference right now. We'll listen in.
Okay. I want to start by expressing our deepest condolences to all who loved Melissa and Mark Hortman. They were parents, neighbors, and friends. Their loss is felt deeply by the people who knew and loved them. This act of political violence is deeply felt across our state and across the country. We also want to again express our thoughts and support to State Senator John Hoffman, his wife Yvette, and their daughter. Our office will be here to support you and your family as we pursue justice and to help with whatever support you need. I want to thank the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, the Brooklyn Park Police Department, and the hundreds of local, state, and federal law enforcement officers who worked tirelessly to apprehend Vance Boelter. People were understandably terrified over the last several days, and the state owes you a debt of gratitude for all of your swift work. I want to specifically thank the Brooklyn Park police officer whose proactive intervention in checking on the Hortmans likely stopped further bloodshed. I also want to thank the members of our office who worked all weekend with our law enforcement partners in this case. And I want to thank the medical team who provided emergency care to the Hoffmans. Although police have made an arrest, the investigation is ongoing, and so I'm limited in what I can share about it. On Saturday, our office filed charges against Mr. Boelter for second-degree murder and attempted murder, allowing us to obtain a nationwide arrest warrant which would allow law enforcement across the country to arrest him. These are the highest charges we can file by complaint, and it needed to be done quickly to get the warrant out. Mr. Boelter was taken into state custody, and our office intends to pursue first-degree murder charges against Mr. Boelter. We are at early stages. We will be reviewing all of the evidence from law enforcement as it comes in and working with our law enforcement partners to develop the case. I do want people to know that given the scale of this investigation, the review of evidence will take time. I want to assure our community and all those who are grieving that we will seek justice and accountability for the victims of all these heinous crimes. Our most senior and experienced prosecutors are handling this case. Because this case is now an active prosecution, that is all I will say about the case itself. It is a frightening time we are living in. Political violence is prevalent, and the way we talk to and about each other has raised the temperature to unfathomable levels. We cannot continue on this way. In times of tragedy, but also every day, as we navigate our daily lives, we need to find ways to support one another. As our community grieves, I encourage those out there seeking to create additional chaos to stop spreading misinformation and conspiracy theories. Our law enforcement partners are building a case using facts and evidence to ensure Vance Boelter is held accountable. Again, I want to thank everyone who helped bring this search to a resolution, and again to express our grief, condolences, and support to the Hortman and Hoffman families.
Good morning. I'm Dewana Witt, Sheriff of Hennepin County. I want to begin by expressing my deepest condolences to all those impacted by the unspeakable tragedy, especially to the families. I stand here with immense gratitude to the law enforcement agencies who responded with speed, strength, and commitment to justice and public safety. Thank you to the Brooklyn Park Police Department and the Champlin Police Department. Hennepin County is proud to have your team serve in our community as we grieve with you. Thank you to all the local, state, and federal agencies. Hundreds of first responders came together to bring justice to an unthinkable act of violence. Our mission was clear: protect the public, prevent further harm, and hold the perpetrator accountable. We all shared a singular goal: justice rooted in public safety. Vance Boelter inflicted unimaginable harm to our community Saturday morning, and he did it while impersonating the very people who are trusted to protect and serve. These violent acts strike at the heart of our democracy and the safety of those who serve the public with dedication and courage. Our hearts go out to Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark, their families, and their loved ones. We are also grateful Senator Hoffman and his wife Yvette are expected to recover, and we will be here to support them during their long journey of healing and grief. Today, the manhunt is over, but the investigation continues, and more importantly, the process to healing begins. We also need to mention that we know that this unspeakable act has left residual effects on many people in our communities, as we're still taking calls from people and organizations asking for additional resources. We grieve with those close to our victims, our families, and all community members. The last days have revealed the true strength of our unity for both Unity both as a community and as law enforcement bound by a shared mission to protect and serve. We stand together today to uphold the principles of our democracy and with the continued commitment to safety and security of those we vow to protect and serve. Thank you.
We also have Drew Evans from the BCA, Chief Mark Bruley from Brooklyn Park will stand for questions.
Superintendent, I'm just curious, we were with you last night. In hindsight overnight, did the defendant give us any indication, any comments, anything you can share publicly about his mode of cooperation with authorities?
Yeah.
Made a decision to not take his own life at this moment, so I'm curious.
Yeah, so the question was related to whether or not there's cooperation. The individual, we can't provide a lot because it's now under the prosecutorial process in terms of what cooperation was. What I will tell you is that since he's been in custody, that starts the process, as the county attorney mentioned and the sheriff mentioned, of the ongoing investigation. And so what that does, there's a number of steps that went with that, regardless of the level of cooperation of the individual. Now that we have him in custody, it opens up additional investigative avenues that we'll be all working together collectively with to gather the information and evidence in this case.
Can you give us any additional details on how the final moments unfolded, how you tracked him, and you mentioned last night him falling. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
So it was mentioned the final moments of when he was taken into custody. As we mentioned yesterday, we had a extremely large law enforcement presence with dozens of investigative agencies and law enforcement and SWAT teams in the area because we believed he was in that area. We received information. To begin with, the vehicle that was recovered that first led us to the Sibley County area, and that's what's concentrated our search in that area. We then received additional information that provided confirmation closer to the time of the actual arrest that he was in fact in that area, which is which time the command post started moving all of the law enforcement assets into that area, and they were able to close in. And when we say he was crawling towards us, these were in response to the commands by the SWAT teams that were on scene as they were working in coordination with each other, along with our State Patrol air assets as they looked were able to get over him and then came into custody. He was cooperative and cooperated with law enforcement and gave up peacefully at that time. These are, again, as we said, the real work of the investigation now begins. They've been working collectively, and I want to thank the Hennepin County Attorney's Office and Mike Radmer, who's with us today, who worked really with our team all weekend long, along with others across their office and the United States Attorney's Office, to be working together on that. What I will say when it comes to his wife and anybody else, if anybody else participated in these crimes, if anybody else worked to hide him and provide assistance in getting away, that will certainly be something that we are looking at with that, and we will provide that information to our prosecutors that will analyze and determine whether or not additional charges are appropriate.
Can you tell us how long you negotiated with him until he surrendered?
Yeah, so it was, I don't have the specifics. The question is, how long did we negotiate with him? It was a relatively short period of time because they were moving in and he was cooperative. So it wasn't a prolonged negotiation with him. It was more that they converged on him. And because of the extremely good coordination and what they're doing, I believe he's certainly in a position where he just had to give up because he knew he was surrounded by who was there.
And Mary, I have a question. I know we're going to hear shortly from
So-
federal prosecutors.
Yeah, so if I could just say, I think, as Drew said, we've shifted into prosecution right now. And so I understand why it was important to get information out there to the public because there was a person who was suspected of these murders. Right now, what everybody up here is trying to do is to protect the integrity of the investigation. And so I know there's a tension. I know people want information, and right now we're really trying to focus on the investigation so that we don't have all kinds of information out there, so that as law enforcement gathers that information, if we need to present it in court, there's integrity there. So I know you all have questions, but that's the reason we're really focusing on not sharing some information. Yes, Paul?
And I have a legal question.
Of course.
Hear shortly from
Yes.
federal prosecutors. I
Yes.
heard the attorneys pontificating on the morning news, and if the feds take this, if it could be a death penalty case, I don't know the specifics there. But what are we going to hear today from across the street? And do you want this case in your jurisdiction in Hennepin County?
So I know that the feds are going to make an announcement, and so they can speak for themselves. What I can assure our community is that we have filed charges. As you know, we intend to seek first-degree murder charges here. The penalty for that would be life without parole. So we intend to go forward on this case because we are accountable to protect our community and hold people who commit crimes in this county accountable. Well, so as Drew said, there was plenty of coordination on finding him, and all law enforcement, the sheriff, Brooklyn Park, BCA, FBI, coordinated together to locate him. We certainly have been in conversation with the U.S. Attorney, and as I said, I think they're probably best able to answer questions.
Is he doing the first appearance here, or is it going to be in federal court in St. Paul?
Well, what would happen typically is that he would make an appearance, a first appearance in state court here at 1:30. We have been told that the feds were going to pick him up at 10, and then the feds can answer other questions about that. Thank you so much.
Is he making an appearance here today or not?
All right, we are just obviously wrapping up this press conference from Hennepin County officials there. We're hearing from Hennepin County Attorney Mary Morardi there. We also heard from the sheriff. We also heard from the BCA Superintendent Drew Evans giving us an update, obviously coming off of the news of that arrest. What's interesting to note, we're trying to figure out how this coincides with potentially federal charges. Obviously, that was right at the end. We do expect a press conference from the feds coming up at about 11 o'clock this morning. So once that happens, we will bring it to you. But learning a lot more about what happens now after that arrest last night. Now what happens? Obviously, the county attorney talking about they will go after that first-degree murder charge. That is not the charge that has been filed at this point. They need to go to a grand jury for that.
That's exactly right. They, by law, they cannot charge with first degree. That has to go to the grand jury. Those are the folks who decide whether it will be first degree. First degree, if a person is convicted in our state, as you heard Mary Morardi say, the Hennepin County attorney, you get life without parole. The wrinkle here is the federal part of this, and this news conference that will happen in about 35 minutes, you heard our Paul Bloom asking about that very question, because in the federal arena, we will be talking most likely the death penalty. So we will see how that all shakes out, who has jurisdiction. I would think the Fed could trump the state and certainly the county. But let's get to Paul Bloom. He's standing by. Paul, I don't know if you overheard what we were talking about, the fact that you brought up whether this will be the feds who are in charge of all this or where it stays, and what that all implies as far as we're talking life without parole versus possible death penalty here, correct?
Potentially, that is my understanding, Tom. This is obviously new territory for all of us, and I think you probably saw it in the county attorney. She doesn't know the answer, and let's be frank here, this county attorney's office, we understand, is under investigation, by the U.S. Department of Justice and consequently the U.S. Attorney's Office for some of the actions that they are doing here. So there is going to be some kind of tension between the two offices. She says there has been some conversations back and forth. My understanding is in federal court, the death penalty would probably likely be on the table, not something I've 100% confirmed with my sources across the street. It was discussed, pontificated about by attorneys this morning on sort of the talk show, cable news channels. But right now, what we have is this news conference, second-degree murder charges, second-degree attempted murder charges, with the promise that this case is going to a grand jury. That is required in Minnesota to go to get that first-degree murder indictment. And upon conviction, that is life in prison without the possibility of parole. Mary Morardi said that is their intention. Coming up shortly, we are going to hear from federal prosecutors. We have yet to see what they are charging in this case. But I will point out, in both jurisdictions, there are court calendar first appearances today, one in Hennepin County for Vance Boelter, and then there's another one also on the docket over at the federal courthouse in St. Paul, right around the same time. So right now, it is something we will have to sort through. Clearly, this news conference today was about getting out in front of it. The charges have been filed. We had them last night during our live news coverage. We obtained a copy that had been unsealed. Those were sealed during the manhunt, and it's still. I'm still trying to process the whole 48 hours that was this weekend. This all unfolded over the weekend. The Hennepin County Attorney's Office quickly wrote up with their top prosecutors a warrant, a full criminal complaint. They sent that out nationwide. It was a nationwide warrant in the event Boelter got out of Minnesota and was arrested elsewhere. But obviously he was taken into custody in Sibley County. Overnight, he was brought to the Hennepin County Jail. He is there now. You heard the county attorney say the feds intend to pick him up at, quote, 10 o'clock. It's one of these things that we just don't know. And it's just something we will have to track, Tom. And
yeah, Paul, Kelly here now, and I think that's what's interesting too. Right at the end.
Kelly,
of
I'm
it.
sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Again, actively changing as we speak.
It's both of us, both.
Yeah, we are waiting to see where he is. Obviously, we just heard at the end. Is he in federal custody at this point? I mean, it really doesn't necessarily matter at this given moment because we know something will happen. There will be some sort of court appearance today. I know you've been working on this story since it all broke, frankly, Friday night into Saturday morning. I want to kind of go back into what we heard a little bit more from Drew Evans, from the BCA superintendent, kind of detailing what happened last night in Green Isle, where they finally made contact with him. I know you had sources on the ground talking about that it sounded like he was in a cornfield or some sort of field, essentially crawling, and that is where authorities found him. Can you walk us through what you have heard, as we also just heard a little bit about that, very little negotiation, essentially Drew Evans saying he realized he was surrounded and frankly gave up.
Yeah, and massive manpower on closing in on him. Throughout the day, there was the abandoned vehicle that police connected to him. We were told, in fact, a law enforcement officer down in Sibley County actually spotted him running into the woods away from his car. There are reports that that cowboy hat that he's seen in one of those suspect photos the FBI put out, that the evidence had been dropped there, and he ran into the woods. They moved in massive manpower all day long, 20-plus SWAT teams, 100-plus law enforcement. Our understanding was he showed up in the woods on a trail camera image that allowed them to really zero in. And when you think about that manpower, Boelter would have had, one choice to make in that moment, and then he clearly chose to surrender peacefully. We know, we've heard the bullhorn of the FBI commanding him to put up his hands. We have an arrest warrant, walk towards my voice. Of course, this photo now that we have all come to be quite familiar with overnight of him being arrested. But yeah, he listened to commands. He was taken into custody. Drew Evans, again, talking about how important it was to have the drone coverage as well as the helicopter up overhead to track him in the fields. Again, there's, I don't want to call it conflicting, but the story goes back and forth. Was he on the ground trying to crawl away? Was that part of the commands that were given? I just don't have that clarified, but clearly they got to a point where he was surrounded. He had one choice. He was armed. Let's remember that. He still had a firearm on him, and in that human moment, he would have had a choice of what to do, and his decision in that moment was to surrender, was to raise his hands and to walk to authorities, and they were able to handcuff him. The governor saying last night it was the state patrol that put the cuffs on him. It was the FBI that ordered him to stand up and come towards their voices. I'm not sure who took the exact photograph there, but Boelter overnight, I think he started in the Sibley County Jail, is my understanding, and then was brought up to Hennepin County Jail and booked into the jail here in downtown Minneapolis about 1 o'clock, and now begins this sort of fight over who takes him and who gets priority in this case.
And Paul, we know one of the things, and this is a question you brought up on motive, and that's something that Mary Morardi and both Drew Evans talked about. Right now they have to protect the integrity of the investigation, so they couldn't go into detail when it comes to motive and that type of thing. But what are you hearing from your sources, what you have found out? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, excuse me. I know there's a slight delay, so I don't mean to interrupt you. I mean, there is this manifesto, there is this kill list. Fox 9 has obtained a copy of dozens of lawmakers, that were on that list. I had thought perhaps overnight, and I asked Drew Evans, the superintendent of the BCA, if he cooperated, if he said anything, if he, you know, sometimes someone who pulls this off, there seems to be a political bend to it or angle, you know, might want to speak up. What was his motivation? Why did he do it? I did try to probe Drew Evans on that. He deflected the question, so it's unclear if Boelter didn't talk or they just don't want to tell us if he said anything. But you think about all the evidence now they have to go through. That manifesto was sort of described as not your prototypical manifesto. It's scrawlings, it's notes, it's names, it's addresses, it's you know, abortion clinics. So they're going to have to go through a lot of information. The other, you know, angle here that interests me too is the family connection. You know, there was this sort of interesting traffic stop involving his wife, supposedly with passports and cash, maybe weapons in the vehicle up in Onamie over the weekend during this manhunt. At this point, no one else is facing charges, but did he have material support to elude authorities for the last 48 hours? We don't know, but clearly that too will continue to be investigated.
Right. They talked about if there was anyone helping them or at least helping him, that they would look into that, and obviously potential new charges would come. Paul, you mentioned obviously this manifesto. I know you were there at the home and you saw the, you know, the squad car looking vehicle. There was a lot in that car too. I know you had a good shot inside the back seat of that. It looked like there was a lot in there. So to your point, they're looking through that. We know that they found multiple, multiple guns, ammunition in one of the other vehicles that they found yesterday. So the amount of evidence, they referenced this is going to take some time.
Correct, and obviously here the charges, you want to get them on the record, you want to get them in front of a judge. That begins the legal process. That's what we saw here. But you're right, Kelly, in that vehicle, and we've talked about it you know, at length last night when I was with you, and I assume during this morning show you've talked about it as well. But the guns, the ammunition that was in that fake kind of police car, believed to be something he would have used for you know, his security business that Vance Boelter apparently had, you know, the flashing lights. They took out several additional guns. And the superintendent, the BCA superintendent, said last night, if not for that encounter with Brooklyn Park Police, yes, they were a minute too late to save the Hortmans, but the fact that they exchanged gunfire with him, that they put him on the run, that they put him on foot, and that he had to leave behind sort of the arsenal in that vehicle, that absolutely saved subsequent lives, because my understanding is they absolutely believe Boelter was going to at least continue to go down, you know, that list that we've now seen, or at least had motives to continue his rampage early Saturday morning. Right. So authorities so thankful for that encounter with Boelter and those Brooklyn Park police officers who thought to proactively go check at the Hortman home after Senator Hoffman and his wife had been shot not 10 miles up the road in Champlin.
Well, exactly right, Paul. And the fact that there were also some of the No Kings rally posters and signs and that type of thing. Some speculating, of course, he could have gone to this rally where there were some 25,000 people there. I want to touch on this point, Paul. This was brought up by Hennepin County Attorney Mary Morardi, talking about it being a frightening time, and I believe the sheriff also, DeWanna Witt, Hennepin County Sheriff, mentioned this, a frightening time politically, and that we need to change the tone and the rhetoric. It certainly is very poignant when you think about what has happened in the past 48 hours.
It is, and I was going to, if the news conference continued, I wanted to ask Mary Moriarty specifically about this, because I know at times I have seen her with security, just herself, from a personal, you know, elected official perspective on what it means. You know, I reported over the weekend talking to a Metro Police police chief, his community not directly impacted, but he had placed squad cars, uniformed officers, outside of every lawmaker's home in that jurisdiction. I mean, they weren't necessarily on the list per se, but they didn't know what was going to happen. But they posted up, and he told me, you know what, we didn't use like the undercover squads, you know, because of the concern about how this guy, you know, violated allegedly or abused that trust of the police. He wanted marked cars in those neighborhoods. You know, we talked about last night, there are no metal detectors the last time I went into the state capitol. Does that change? But yeah, the rhetoric, the governor, on down, he was really powerful about those, whether it's just mean tweets or, the language, the verbiage that is used out there, the hate, the anger, and why these two lawmakers were targeted. People will be asking those questions, forever. Perhaps in the coming days, as this case plays out, Boelter will provide a little more, insight, or we will learn through a defense what he was thinking. But no, this absolutely changes the dynamic of political security in Minnesota and really across the country, I'm sure.
No question.
And Paul, you talked about the Capitol. Our Corn Hargard is there and says there is extra security there. It's visible this morning. Mary McGuire also saying that crisis resource support staff are there to help lawmakers and state employees. To your point, even though he is now in custody, that fear is still there. As you mentioned, Corn got a good look at this list. It was a long list, and a lot of lawmakers knew they were on that list. They were alerted early Saturday morning and given that extra protection. Obviously, that sense of relief that he's no longer out there, but just the shattered sense of safety of just doing your job and not having to worry about potentially someone coming for you.
Yeah, no, I mean, it absolutely changes the dynamic, whether that starts today, the beefed up security. I sort of anecdotally, I heard the mayor we went out for a jog this weekend, and he seemed to be, the mayor of Minneapolis had half a dozen or so, security just around him to go for a jog. But no, I mean, I don't know what else to add to that, but it absolutely changes the thought processes here. And no doubt, we'll see the result, like I said, from, the debates over metal detectors, where they need to be, the public access to forums, to the debates. But you think about the sanctity of your home, and we have that image of Boelter, or the alleged gunman. We presume it's him under that silicone mask. We now know it's at the Hoffman house, but I don't know what security measures, but they certainly had a Ring doorbell to see who might be at their door, and this element of someone pretending to be police, and you would think in that moment the flashing lights are out in the driveway, police, you could see sort of how that would be abused.
Right.
And what do you do? Yeah.
And that's something the Hennepin County Sheriff, DeWanna Witt, touched on, the fact that he impersonated someone who we trust to protect and serve us. Was it just kind of hits a very raw, I think, kind of a raw emotion in all of us, that this, if there's the picture we're showing right now, Paul, of the that was captured on the Ring doorbell, presumably this is Boelter, who's underneath the silicone mask. You can see he's wearing police garb. He's got a flashlight very similar to what a police officer would be using, and the flashing lights out front.
Right, and they found that gold police-like badge in the vehicle. The taser, we know, was dumped in a nearby swamp, along with some of the other clothing items, if you will. Paul, since I know you have a lot of law enforcement sources as well, I think one of the things that has come out of here, and we heard it in that press conference from every person, and we've heard it since the start of this whole thing, the sheer presence and the collaboration between so many different agencies, all the way up to the FBI, and how many officers were involved in this manhunt. 43 hours to find this man. It felt like forever, but pretty quickly were they able to capture this person, clearly armed and dangerous. Can you talk a little bit about that? I mean, there were so many boots on the ground.
As the governor said, this was the largest manhunt in Minnesota state history.
Yeah, it was actually the Brooklyn Park Police Chief, Mark Bruley, who did make those comments last night, Tom, and he was here to this morning. He didn't speak. I know he's going over to the federal news conference here in a minute. But no, I mean, you mentioned it. It didn't sort of dawn on me until this whole thing played out, but how law enforcement sort of took this personally, in that the abuse that was alleged here of the trust, of wearing the uniform. You know, it's not always the easiest job in this world, and certainly in this community in the last 5 years, law enforcement it's not easy, you know, to be proud of what you're doing. And for someone to abuse that trust, it felt personal. You know, Bruley talking about that badge that looks so similar, the fact that if you put the suspect in a room with law enforcement, you wouldn't even tell them apart. And for that trust, I saw over the weekend, you know, anecdotally on social media, like local police departments sharing, like, just so you know, this is what our gear looks like. You won't see any police, you know. So there was a feeling that they had to respond to reassure their community. You know, that takes its toll. And I know on law enforcement, particularly that Brooklyn Park Police Department, you know, with Melissa Hortman, she's their speaker, she's their neighbor, she's their resident. I know they wanted to close this. Bruley said, yeah, the largest manhunt in Minnesota state history, 43 hours. But they found one man in this state of Minnesota, you know, an hour away from the scene, not far from his home. We haven't really discussed, you know, why. Perhaps he went back to something familiar, but he certainly did. But to close that out, some sigh of relief, but no doubt there's a long road ahead when it comes to justice and what it comes to, you know, restoring some sense of safety and, you know, civility in the political system. That obviously is a discussion and a debate that will continue long beyond today.
Right, you know, Mary Moriarty even alluded to that. There's so many questions that people want answered, and this is really just the start. Obviously, there was the investigation, the initial investigation to find him, capturing him, and now the focus shifts to the actual prosecution, and that is a different beast, if you will. Again, just reminding people at home, we are awaiting this federal press conference. On the docket, we understand there will be the acting U.S. Attorney General, a special agent in charge with the FBI, and the BCA superintendent, all expected to speak at about 11 o'clock. So in just a little bit, we are still waiting to figure out, again, where this stands versus the state level versus the federal level. We know that the FBI is involved. Does that change the charge? Does that change the potential outcome and the severity of the outcome?
Right, and we know Paul has his sources over there. He's trying to noodle on that as well. We also have we have full team coverage, of course, this morning. Our Chinooher is over at the state capitol, where they've been bringing effects to memorialize what has happened and to pay respects to Melissa Hortman and her husband, and also for the senator who was shot and his wife, Senator Hoffman, and his wife Yvette. But you can tell people want to help in some way, because we're just so gobsmacked by what happened, in shock of what happened. And now here we are at a point where there's some relief for if in fact the person who they arrested is the person who did this awful thing. And I've been hearing it on social media from everyone saying, thank the good Lord they found this person, if this is the person. But then that gets us to this next news conference you were talking about, and what happens now. It's a grapple between the Fed and the state as to who will be, it'll be in their bailiwick.
Right, for sure, and we still just don't know. I know Paul is still standing by, and even at the end of that news conference, according to our resource and our examination at this point, Paul, he still is listed in the Hennepin County Jail. Now, that could just not be updated, but at last check, he is still listed there in Hennepin County, so under the state and local jurisdiction. Again, that could change, as we heard that potentially he is now going to be in federal custody. I know that you are not a legal expert, but I know you have covered a lot of these cases, and you have covered a lot of cases. Do you know exactly how this then changes if the feds get involved? Is it just an automatic, they take over? Do you know at this point? And I'm sorry I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah, no, it's just not something I think back obviously to Derek Chauvin and the 4 police officers were charged in both jurisdictions. There was clear cooperation. There is a new administration that, as I reported, as I joined you right after the news conference, there is tension between the Republican administration, the DOJ, and this county attorney in particular. I don't know how that impacts the decision-making going forward. in the Chauvin and the 3 other officers involved in the police murder of George Floyd. There was a state trial for Derek Chauvin. He would plead guilty to charges separately, civil rights charges over in federal court. The 3 other officers, they pleaded guilty in state court, but went to trial on civil rights violations in federal court. So that case proceeded along those lines. This one that could, again, I don't even have 100% clarity from the U.S. Attorney's Office that some type of federal murder charge in this case would be eligible, or they would seek a death penalty. But if that's on the table, does that, change this dynamic? My gut is always to think the feds, if they want to go first, they go first. But that's more, just Paul Bloom's liberal art college education, trying to, piece it together. But, we will see. And again, it's new territory. And I could tell Mary, Mary Morardi, the county attorney here, kind of had a tough time answering that question. And it was an easy one. Are you going to go first? Is he going to go first? Who's going to? There's both initial appearances are on the calendar today. One in St. Paul, one at the public safety facility in downtown Minneapolis, right around the same time. Where's he going? Are the U.S. Marshals going to come take him right out of the Hennepin County Jail? Obviously, we talk about U.S. Marshals. They're the immigration issues between the feds right now and this county attorney and county sheriff's office. So there's a lot of dynamics here. Yes. And we shall we really just have to let this play out, as opposed to me, trying to guess an answer.
Right, and the kerfuffle that goes with all of this. But we know before all of this, leading up to this in the manhunt, you had, as we heard, Special Agent Drew Evans from the BCA say that there were dozens of agencies involved, a number of SWAT teams involved, and that coordinated effort, they were all on the same page, Paul, to get them to Sibley County last night.
No, and that's an absolute certainty. And even in just the arrest at the last minute, the FBI is ordering the commands. The State Patrol is, putting the handcuffs on him. He comes back to the Hennepin County Jail. This was an all-out effort. This was coordinated. This was teamwork. This was alphabet soup of all the federal law enforcement agencies you could imagine, and it was state, local, Hennepin County. Was involved. Obviously, the two shootings and the horrific attacks that unfolded Saturday morning were in Hennepin County communities in Brooklyn Park. It had its own police agency, of course, Champlin as well. But no, that is well coordinated. That, as far as we understand, went off without a hitch. Everybody, all the authorities and all the different uniforms overnight, lauded that effort. But clearly now that we go to court, there is this question, and perhaps we'll learn more at 11 a.m. once the acting U.S. attorney provides some insights and we see the charges, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah. And speaking of that, kind of just regrouping here, Paul, we do know that Boelter is charged with murder and attempted murder. As of right now, as of what we understand right now, he's being held in the Hennepin County Jail. Bond set at $5 million, and there's been question this morning. We're trying to get some more clarity, and we did hear, even in the 7 o'clock hour of the morning news, as to why it was second degree. And we understand, obviously, now learning a little bit more, we know that the state and county are going after first-degree murder charges. Prosecutors will pursue that, but they have to do that through a grand jury. That is Minnesota state law. So I know there was question this morning, people online saying, wait a second, what's happening here? Why is this second degree? So that's just a process. It takes some time. And even Morardi was talking about that, and we spoke with a defense attorney this morning saying that could take weeks, that even could take upwards of a month. It's a process to get to that point.
No, and that is a clear answer. I knew that. Even in my tweets overnight had mentioned that, second degree, if you go to first degree, you need an indictment. Had he been on the run for weeks or months, they could have had those sealed as well. They could have had enough evidence to convene a grand jury. But let's remember, this was, as we've reported, just 43 hours. This was one weekend in Minnesota. They had enough time to get a state complaint on the charges, the highest charges they could file in state court, the 2 counts of second-degree murder against, of course, the Hortmans, and then the 2 counts of attempted murder when you talk about Senator Hoffman and his wife, Yvette. So that's on the record. Now comes the grand jury process. Those are anonymous. I'm going to forget my legal mind here, but 10, 12, 14 anonymous residents that convene in a courtroom up we're at the Hennepin County Government Center upstairs. They will hear evidence. It's the prosecution's case. They just lay it out. And at the end, the grand jury, this group of people, would then sign off on the indictment of murder one. It's a process in Minnesota because the consequences are huge. It is life in prison without the possibility of parole. So there's just that second layer of making sure the case is right, it is correct. A group of citizens sign off on it. They go into court, and again, they can begin this process right now. And in a month, hit them with the first degree murder indictment, and it just basically restarts the case along, a continued track. But that is what is required, and that is clearly what is underway. Whether that gets thwarted with what develops over on the federal courthouse, we don't know. But right now, that is the process that begins today for Vance Boelter and the veteran prosecutors who are handling that side of the case.
Paul, we appreciate your insight. We appreciate your knowledge. But we also know that you are human and that you've been our Energizing Bunny for the past 48 hours. And so we're going to give you a quick break. But thank you for letting us pick your legal brain here with all of this. And we know that you'll be on top of this story for us, as you always are in any kind of a legal issue or big case. And of course, we know why we call you the bloomer right there. Thank you, Paul. We appreciate it very much.
I know he's going to get right off of this and contact his sources, so he won't
That's
even take a break.
exactly right. No, there won't be a break.
Yes, exactly.
Just from us peppering him with questions.
Exactly. Again, we are awaiting this press conference from the feds. Once that happens, we will bring it to you live. Right now, we do want to get to our Bill Keller. I believe we still have him standing by outside. Obviously, I know, Bill, you were listening to that as well. You've been looking into, jail records. What have you learned so far?
Well, we've been across the street, kitty corner from the Hennepin County Jail all morning long. We are joined by local and network television because this is a national story. There's a huge media presence here, again, with all eyes on that jail. And there is this question of whether he is in the custody of the Hennepin County Jail or whether it is the U.S. Marshals have taken him so far. That may be the case, but it's not reflected in those court records. Regardless, this morning, though, the state of Minnesota really breathing this collective sigh of relief following what you've described as a week-long manhunt, a weekend-long manhunt that ended with the arrest of that suspected gunman. Here's what we know. Vance Boelter was booked into the jail at about 1 o'clock this morning on the suspicion of second-degree murder and attempted murder. And as we've discussed already, in order to get that first-degree murder charge, which prosecutors intend to do, they just need to get that grand jury to sign off on it. Bail set at $5 million. Take a look at this photo. This is the moment that Boelter was taken into custody last night after officers found him in a wooded area near his home in Green Isle. Earlier in the day, authorities had located his vehicle. It was abandoned in rural Sibley County where he lives, and later that day, a police officer actually saw that he got his eyes on Boelter going into the woods. He was on foot. A large perimeter was set up. Tactical teams were called in. Many, in fact. This is a multi-state manhunt that came to an end last night after officials finally tracked down that suspected gunman. Then, with the help of some pretty sophisticated technology, Boelter was arrested at his home near the southwest area from the metro here, about an hour away. We're told the 57-year-old eventually crawling out of the field, knowing he had no place to go.
It was a relatively short period of time because they were moving in and he was cooperative. So it wasn't a prolonged negotiation with him. It was more that they converged on him. And because of the extremely good coordination and what they're doing, I believe he's certainly in a position where he just had to give up because he knew he was surrounded by who was there.
Yeah, over the course of this time, we've also learned that he had been renting a room in a Minneapolis apartment. He was there only part-time, staying just a couple of days a month, but between the shootings in the northern suburbs and when he was finally taken into custody, an hour away to the southwest, Boelter reportedly returned to that apartment building around 6 o'clock Saturday morning. He actually texted his roommates saying that, quote, he had made some bad choices, that he may be dead soon. But as you heard from law enforcement, he went peacefully while the exact motive for the shooting still remains under investigation. And you heard prosecutors say they're not going to say much about it as they go through this. They did find that list that we've talked about containing the names of dozens of politicians. His first appearance, as we talked about, scheduled for 1 o'clock this morning. And again, he's expected to appear across town in federal courthouse as well in St. Paul, where federal prosecutors are expected to arraign him at about 1:30. And we are just about 5 minutes away from that press conference to hear what the feds have to say.
Right, Bill Keller for us. We just got an update. That presser from the feds about 10 minutes away. So once that happens, we will bring it to you live. Bill, thank you. I know you were following the very latest on this, and we appreciate that.
Thank you, Bill. We'll check in again. And remembering, certainly, Representative Melissa Hortman, who was Speaker, and also Senator and her husband, who passed away, who was shot, Mark. And also Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette, who were shot multiple times but survived. It is a very gut-wrenching, heart-wrenching thing that has happened that affects all of us, as a state especially. Let's get to our Chinu Her. Chinu, you're seeing the outpouring of love, frankly, of sorrow and support from Minnesotans who just want to take time out of their day to bring something to this memorial, this makeshift memorial that's been set up there at the Capitol. Tell us what you've been experiencing there this morning.
Yeah, throughout the morning, especially within the last half hour to an hour, just a lot of people stopping by this memorial here to pay their respects and remember Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark, and then also thinking about Senator John Hoffman and his wife as they continue to recover after the shooting. As you see here, more flowers, more signs and cards from folks who are stopping by. Some people tell me they didn't know Melissa Hortman or her husband. They didn't know Senator John Hoffman or his wife, but they wanted to stop by because they felt that was the right thing to do. And they tell me right now it's not about whether you are Republican or a Democrat. It's about being a Minnesotan right now, and that's why they stopped by out here this morning to pay their respects to Melissa Hortman and Mark Hortman, as well as wishing the Hoffmans a quick recovery. And this is there's two memorials out here. This one to remember Melissa Hortman and her husband, and then over to the right here, as we kind of slowly pan over to this one, you see these two dream catchers here. Underneath the one there that says R.I.P. Rep. Hortman and Mark, it says love, unity, peace, and respect. On the other side of that is a dream catcher for the Hoffman family, wishing them well during their recovery, and then again calling for love and unity and peace and respect during this time, as we see folks coming out here, a lot of them emotional as they look at this memorial and they add to it. One woman I spoke to, she said that she is a high school American government teacher, and she asked me, how do I teach my students this? And she stood there in silence thinking about it, and she said, you can't. And I think a lot of people out here today have been kind of out of words as they stand here in silence and looking at this. So not only remembering Melissa Hortman, but also, again, wishing a speedy recovery to the Hoffmans. There is a GoFundMe set up to help the Hoffmans with their recovery. I just checked a few minutes ago. That is now up to about $115,000, their goal of $140,000. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that as well. But lots of Minnesotans right now just really remembering the work from Melissa Hortman, serving Minnesotans, and then also thinking about Senator Hoffman and his wife as they recover. As one woman told me, Senator Hoffman has been huge for her career, has helped her get to where she is now in life, and so she wanted to come out here and just remember all that he's done for her, and also wish him well, him and his wife well, as they continue to recover. So we're still seeing people come out here at this time to pay their respects, and we'll continue to be out here and talk to folks who are stopping by here at the state capitol.
And I think that's important. You know, obviously there's been so much attention, and rightfully so, about this manhunt and the suspect. Who is this person? What was his motive? What's his background? But let's not lose sight of the victims here, and let's not forget about that. And I think it's also just incredible to hear the Hoffman story, how they survived this horrific attack. I mean, being shot, we now understand, 7-8 times each. That Mrs. Hoffman jumping in front of their child, their adult their adult daughter to save her. We've heard from them. They have put out family statements saying that they are out of surgery. This is one right here. John and I are both incredibly lucky to be alive. She says we continue our healing journey and are humbled by the outpouring of love and support our family has received from across the state and our nation. She goes on to talk about, obviously, though, while they are dealing with that and incredibly thankful that they are alive, the pain and grief of losing their friends and going through this horrific situation.
And I believe we have a picture of a representative we just understand the GoFundMe hit 115 now. And of course, the goal is still about 140. So you can tell just people watching maybe this broadcast or wanting to give somehow, try to help somehow. That's just human nature. It's part of who we are. We want to help when we feel helpless. We also have a picture. This was just this past Friday. This was the night before, just a few hours before this atrocity happened, where you have now Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark, their last known picture taken of them just hours before they would be gunned down at their home.
Right, this was a DFL party, if you will. We're told there were almost 1,000 people at this event, including the Hoffmans. They were there as well. Yeah. We know several lawmakers were there, saying it was a celebratory event, if you will, kind of talking about the conclusion of the session and all that Representative Hortman accomplished, frankly, during the session. There they are. Hours later, we now know a masked gunman appearing to be a police officer, impersonating a police officer, knocks on their door, and they are shot in their own home in Brooklyn Park. It
is hard to wrap your head around this one, certainly, and all of us are still struggling to come to there's no sane reason for something like this would happen, but we are certainly kind of all grieving in our own way and trying to make sense of it, because it makes no sense, something like this.
And we do know that a lot of people are looking for comfort, if you will, and we do know that there is a prayer service tonight in Brooklyn Park that's at 7 o'clock tonight in Brooklyn Park, and a community healing service, if you will. I'm blanking on the name of the church at this point. Grace Church?
It's not. Grace is in the title. I remember that.
We will find that, because I know that there are
Grace Fellowship Church. There we go. 7 o'clock. There it is. Community prayer service for people. Of course, we know that's for Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark was in Brooklyn Park. They were, for so many people there, meant so much to the community. We know that neighbors to the Hortmans. We heard from one of his good friends who he and Mark would go to ball games to the Twins and a number of things. They were planning a Twins game in just a couple of weeks to attend.
Well, and we know, Paul Bloom was out there and talking about for those folks in that neighborhood, it wasn't Representative Hortman, it was Melissa. It was Melissa and Mark, their neighbors. They had a dog. They would see them walking their dog. And to make matters worse, we learned this morning that the Hortman family, had to put their dog down. This is the dog. And they had to put the dog down because we understand the dog was injured during that shooting and was not going to be able to make it. So not only did this family, we know the Hortmans had 2 adult children, not only did they have to deal with the realization that their parents were gunned down in their own home, then they had to put the family dog down. We understand Melissa, was an avid dog lover and actually worked with Helping Paws as they trained dogs to get them ready to, gift them to veterans. And this dog was in that training program. We understand maybe was kind of a naughty dog and didn't quite make it, wasn't quite there.
Get to the graduation part.
But then the Hortman said, we want him. We'll take the dog.
That's right. And so in her words, we heard, I believe it was the governor who was talking about Melissa Hortman, who was a proponent of, you don't wear a red shirt, you don't wear a blue shirt in our capital, either branch. You're wearing a Minnesota shirt. You're a Minnesotan first. And those are true words to certainly that resonate, I think, with so many of us right now with all that has just transpired.
And we've heard from a lot of lawmakers since. Again, what you're looking at here, this is a live look. We are awaiting this press conference from the feds, from the federal government, updating potential federal charges for the suspected shooter, Vance Boelter. Once that happens, we will bring it to you. We understand the BCA will be there as well, the FBI, all involved here. But going back to that time, we heard from so many lawmakers talking about Representative Hortman, who has been, I mean, a face of Democratic leadership in this state for years, but she was one, at both sides of the aisle, people said she was one who would be able to bridge that gap and would cross the aisle and would communicate with one another, have a voice of reason, and try to really connect no matter what policy.
Right. And of course, now we know where we are at this point at 11:05 on this Monday morning as we await to hear from the feds as to what will happen. Whether they will take over jurisdiction here, we don't know. There's a good chance that will happen. If that does happen, we understand that there would be on the table a possibility of the death penalty if this person who is accused of this awful crime is found guilty. If he stays under the state auspices, we're talking first degree, which in our state doesn't offer the death penalty. It offers only life without parole. So we will see how this all plays out. And we heard from Hennepin County Attorney Mary Morardi, who frankly said, I don't know.
Right. We're not quite sure how this all transpires. I can tell you that Mary McGuire, our reporter there, is there waiting for this presser from the feds, and she says that she is saying that Boelter, they are told, is in federal custody right now. So we understand that he is now in federal custody.
So the marshals have him then.
Yep, and then we're waiting to see what they have to say. So Mary is there. We will bring you to that conference as soon as it happens. This was his mugshot. This was about 1 o'clock this morning. This was at the Hennepin County Jail as he was booked in, obviously taken into custody last night about 9 o'clock-ish, if my memory serves me right, 9 o'clock-ish in Sibley County, not far from the family farm. Green Isle, an area that was centered, heavily centered and focused on all of yesterday. And
this is the image of them arresting him, taking him into custody. You can see all the members from different SWAT agencies. Of course, you don't see a full picture, but you can only imagine how many folks are gathered around him. It's a lot more than just the 3 or so you see in that frame. Let me tell you, we know dozens of agencies were a part of this, as a number of SWAT teams. We saw a SWAT team in Eden Prairie rushing that away. It was before all of this went down, but we know that mugshot was actually, by the time he was processed and everything, I believe it was 1:30 in the morning that he was finally processed. And you can think about all that went to getting to that point yesterday, this coordinated effort that started early Saturday morning and then concluded, as we know, last night.
And we heard the BCA Superintendent Drew Evans kind of walking through a little bit, obviously without giving too much information, kind of walking through how we got to that point last night. We know that there was the car spotted in Sibley County. It was a vehicle off in kind of a dirt road. I believe we have video of that. We're going to work on getting that. But that was the first kind of clue that potentially.
And his hat was also visible. Yeah, the cowboy hat that we'd seen in some of the previous photos. So it looks like this is going to be happening. Let's take you right now to the federal response to all of this. And here's that news conference. We'll listen in.
Good morning. My name is Joe Thompson, and I'm the acting United States Attorney for the District of Minnesota. Late last night, the U.S. Attorney's Office filed a complaint bringing an array of federal charges against Vance Boelter for his horrific attack on our state and our elected representatives. Political assassinations are rare. They strike at the very core of our democracy. But the details of Boelter's crime are even worse. They are truly chilling. It is no exaggeration to say that his crimes are the stuff of nightmares. Boelter stalked his victims like prey. He went to their homes, held them out as a police officer, and shot them in cold blood. Now, there's been a lot of information and misinformation out there about Boelter's crimes. We have filed a detailed 20-page complaint and affidavit that sets forth what happened in this case. I'd like to share some of that information with you now. In the early morning hours of June 14th, Boelter went to the homes of 4 Minnesota State politicians with the intent to kill them. Boelter first traveled to the home of Minnesota State Senator John Hoffman in Champlin, Minnesota. Boelter arrived at the senator's home disguised as a police officer. He arrived in a black SUV with emergency lights turned on and with a license plate that read police. Boelter wore a black tactical vest and body armor. He carried a flashlight and a Beretta 9mm handgun. He also wore a hyper-realistic silicone mask. Senator Hoffman had a security camera. I've seen the footage from that camera, and it is chilling. Boelter knocked on Senator Hoffman's front door and repeatedly shouted, "This is the police, open the door." Senator Hoffman and his wife, Yvette, came to the door. When they opened the door, Boelter shined the flashlight in their faces and said there had been a shooting reported in the house. Boelter asked if they had any weapons. When Boelter lowered his flashlight, which he had shined in their face, they realized that he was not a police officer. They shouted out, "You're not a cop. You're not a police officer." Boelter then announced, "This is a robbery," and forced himself into their home. When Senator Hoffman attempted to push Boelter out and stop him from entering his home, Boelter shot him repeatedly. Boelter then shot Miss Hoffman repeatedly. Boelter fled the scene, and the Hoffman's daughter called 911. Unfortunately, the Hoffmans survived, although they remain hospitalized. After shooting Senator Hoffman and his wife, Boelter traveled to the home of another Minnesota State representative in Maple Grove, Minnesota. Video surveillance showed that Boelter rang the doorbell at the state representative's house at approximately 2:24 a.m. on Friday night. Again, he was dressed as a law enforcement officer, wearing a tactical vest and body armor, carrying a handgun and a flashlight, and wearing that same hyper-realistic silicone mask. Again, the images, as you can see on the screen, are haunting. Now, fortunately, the state representative was not home. She and her family were gone on vacation, and so Boelter left. Boelter then traveled to the home of a Minnesota State senator who lived in New Hope, Minnesota. He parked in the street in that same black SUV with the police license plate. At about 2:36 a.m. on Friday night, after learning of the shooting of Senator Hoffman, New Hope police dispatched an officer to conduct a wellness check on the state senator who lived in New Hope. When the New Hope officer arrived at the scene, she saw Boelter's black SUV parked down the block with the lights on. The New Hope police officer believed that Boelter was a police officer who had been dispatched to the scene to check on the status of the state senator. The New Hope police officer pulled up next to Boelter in his car, rolled down her window, and attempted to speak with him. Boelter did not respond. According to the officer, he just sat there and stared straight ahead. So the New Hope police officer, who had been dispatched to the scene, proceeded to the state senator's home, and she waited for other law enforcement to arrive. When they did, by the time they did, Boelter had left the scene. Boelter then traveled to Brooklyn Park, Minnesota, in the home of Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman. At approximately 3:30 a.m., Boelter arrived at Representative Hortman's house in his black SUV with the police license plates. He parked in the driveway and left the emergency lights on his SUV flashing, as if he was a police officer. Boelter approached Representative Hortman's home, again dressed as a police officer, wearing the tactical vest and body armor, and wearing that hyper-realistic mask. He was armed and carrying a flashlight. Before he entered the home, 2 Brooklyn Park police officers arrived at the scene. They too had been dispatched to check on Representative Hortman after learning of the shooting of Senator Hoffman. When they arrived at the scene, they saw Boelter's black SUV parked in the driveway with the emergency lights flashing, and they saw Boelter standing in front of the house several feet from the door. When Boelter saw the officers get out of the car, he drew his weapon and began firing. He rushed into the house through the front door, firing into it. He repeatedly fired into the house, and when he entered, he murdered Representative Hortman and her husband, Mark. The Brooklyn Park police officers fired at Boelter as he rushed into the home, but he escaped into the home and out the back. Officers recovered Boelter's 9mm Beretta, along with the body armor and the mask, behind the home along his path of flight when he fled on foot. They later searched Boelter's car, where they found 5 more firearms, including assault-style rifles and a large quantity of ammunition. Boelter also had in his car notebooks containing a list of more than 45 Minnesota state and federal elected officials, including Representative Hortman. Now, Boelter planned his attack carefully. He researched his victims and their families. He used the internet and other tools to find their addresses and names, the names of their family members. He conducted surveillance of their homes and took notes about the location of their homes. He also prepared in other ways. He concealed himself as a police officer, outfitting his black SUV with police lights and a police license plate, wearing a black tactical vest and body armor, carrying a police flashlight and a handgun. And of course he wore that hyper-realistic silicone mask as seen on the surveillance videos. The video of his arrival and shooting of Senator Hoffman is truly chilling. Again, it's no exaggeration to say this is the stuff of nightmares. There's a photo of the firearms found in Boelter's abandoned SUV. Based on these crimes, we brought a federal complaint charging Boelter with an array of federal charges. Counts 1 and 2 charge him with stalking. Count 1 charges him with stalking Representative Melissa Hortman using interstate facilities, and that's Title 18, United States Code 2261. The statutory penalties there are life in prison. Count 2, similarly, charges him with stalking State Senator John Hoffman using interstate facilities. The maximum penalty of that count is 20 years in prison. Counts 3 and 4 charge Boelter with the murder of Melissa and of the Hortmans using a firearm in violation of 18 U.S.C. 924J. And these are punishable by a term of life imprisonment or even death. And counts 5 and 6 charge him with shooting the Hortmans and the Hoffmans using a firearm, and both of those counts also carry a maximum sentence of life in prison. Now, before I finish my remarks, I want to say a little bit about law enforcement and the manhunt that we've heard about the last 2 days. Over the past 48 hours, federal, state, and local law enforcement from throughout the state of Minnesota have worked together to carry out the largest manhunt in Minnesota history. Now, a lot has been said about law enforcement in recent weeks, but make no mistake, the men and women of our federal, state, and local law enforcement put their lives at risk and on the line to keep Minnesota safe. They work tirelessly, day and night, to make sure that the tragic events of Friday night ended without further violence or bloodshed. We owe them all a debt of gratitude, and they will forever have my respect and admiration. I'm going to turn it over to Special Agent Alvin Winston from the FBI.
Thanks, Joe. Good morning. My name is Alvin Winston, and I serve as the Special Agent in charge of the FBI Minneapolis Field Office, which covers the states of Minnesota, North Dakota, and South Dakota. I want to begin by extending my deepest condolences to the families of the victims and to the community that has been shaken by this devastating act of violence. Our thoughts remain with those who are grieving and all who have been impacted by this tragedy. Over the weekend, the people of Minnesota and the nation have been watching closely as this case has unfolded. The Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension provided a detailed update yesterday, so I won't repeat those specifics. This was a targeted attack against individuals who answered the call to public service. The FBI's role in moments like this is clear: to stand alongside our partners, bring federal resources, intelligence capabilities, and reach to the effort, not just to apprehend the individual responsible, but to understand the full scope of the threat. That work continues. This case became the largest coordinated manhunt in Minnesota's history. We are proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with our law enforcement partners across the state. No single agency could have done this alone. And because of that unified effort, a dangerous individual was taken into custody. Let me say this clearly. Political violence has no place in this country. The FBI, alongside our partners, will remain focused on the work ahead and on ensuring justice is served. And with that, I'll hand it over to Drew.
Thank you with those comments, and we're thankful today to see these charges filed. Early on, with our partners from the Federal Bureau of Investigation and other federal partners from the ATF, United States Marshal Service, and others, they provided assistance to the team of local investigators from the Brooklyn Park Police Department, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, and the BCA that were working on this right to begin with, along with all the other hundreds of people that stepped up with the Champlain Police Department as well in this to pursue this justice. You might be asking, because we see it a lot of times these cases, go in various orders when they are, but this is an indication that the United States Attorney's Office stands along with us in the state of Minnesota, that when somebody and an evil individual decides to move this and create fear in our communities and commit evil acts, that we will pursue every possible charge that we can, from the state charges that you've learned about today to these federal charges that were discussed early on. And I'm grateful for the leadership of the United States Attorney's Office and the FBI for helping us move that forward so quickly in a coordinated approach. We do that because, as SAC Winston said, in situations like this, we have individuals that step up to serve their communities. They are elected officials across our state, and when an individual chooses to target them for their role in representing all of us, it's an incumbent upon all of us to put all the resources forward to hold that individual accountable, to seek justice, and to make sure that we are working together to show the community across Minnesota and the United States that political violence is never okay. We as a country are formed on the basis that we have political discourse and that we have debates ongoing on what we do, and that we elect people day in, day out to represent us. And when somebody tries to undermine that, it's important for all of us to hold that person accountable so that we can move forward as a country and have a system in place that a representative government, and that we provide the protections for those individuals and their families moving forward. And so I'm thankful for these charges today to move this forward, and the great work of the United States Attorney's Office partnering with us to move forward on this. And with that, they'll take some questions.
Why is there not a terrorism charge is the question. You know, we brought the charges that we think are appropriate right now. Obviously, these crimes are about 48 hours old, so we have an ongoing investigation, and I can't comment as to what other charges may or may not be brought in the future.
Will you seek the death penalty?
Lou, thank you for the question. Will we seek the death penalty? It's too early to tell. That is one of the options for several of the charges, though.
Did Mr. Boelter have any assistance? Are you looking into whether he may have had assistance? And if he did, what are the potential consequences for anybody who may have assisted him either before or after these tragic shootings?
Our investigation remains ongoing in several areas, including whether or not he had anyone helping him, assisting him in either carrying out these attacks or fleeing from them. I can't comment on that at this time. There's nothing in the complaint suggesting that someone did, but the investigation is ongoing. In fact, it's just in its infancy. It's been 48 hours, most of which we are primarily focused on finding him.
He was on surveillance cameras in Minneapolis shortly after these crimes occurred. Do we know how he got from Brooklyn Park to Minneapolis? Was it on foot?
I don't know the answer to that.
Can you offer clarity about the state charges concurrent with the federal charges? How does that all work? Does this make null the state charges or take precedence over the state charges?
It does not nullify the state charges. They remain in place. Today he was brought into federal custody. He'll make his initial court appearance in federal court over in St. Paul at 1:30 Central Time this afternoon. And my expectation, based on prior cases, is the federal charges will be litigated first, but the state charges won't necessarily go anywhere.
Can you speak to why investigators believe he carried out this attack and for how long he may have been planning these attacks?
Well, it's pretty clear from the evidence that he's been planning these attacks for quite some time. There's voluminous writings, as you've seen in the reporting, that were found both in his car and his house about his planning, lists of names and individuals. In terms of the why, it's unclear.
Talking about this interaction with the New Hope police. What had law enforcement been told at that point? Were they aware to be on the lookout for a dark SUV that resembled a police vehicle?
I don't know. I can turn that. I don't know if one of my colleagues here know. I know that they had heard about the shooting of Senator Hoffman, and being the diligent law enforcement they were, knowing that they had elected officials living in their communities, they went out to do a wellness check. I don't know more than that.
You know, what I can say, and as you can, I don't know the specifics of the question and what on that, whether it is. What I will tell you is that Hennepin County law enforcement working together at that time knew of that, and so as the different jurisdictions were on duty, some of them did proactive. You know, as you've heard from Chief Bruley on this in Maple Grove, for example, or in Brooklyn Park, for example, they went out proactively to check on the status and the well-being, and that's how we encountered this and prevented additional attacks, which we believe certainly could have occurred from occurring. So we don't know the specifics on the New Hope as to what they were doing, but they were tracking the shooting that happened, and so several of them were being proactive and checking on various people that they knew resided in their city.
So did he shoot at the officers in Brooklyn, or the Brooklyn Park officers that responded? Did he shoot at them, or was he shooting into the house and they kind of like chased him into the house?
My understanding is it's unclear at the moment whether or not he shot at them. It's possible that he did. It's not clear. Obviously, it was a chaotic scene.
And was he wearing the mask when the New Hope officer interacted with him?
I believe he was, although I can't say for certain.
Is there reason to believe that there was plans to commit additional violence at, say, the protests that were going on that day?
I've not seen evidence of that. It's hard to say what his plan was. Obviously, he went to the homes of no less than 4 elected officials. He had a list of other elected officials, their home addresses. So,
to make sure that we connect the dots properly, could you name the other 2 officials?
You know, we can't at this time. It wouldn't surprise me if they publicly identify themselves, but it's not really my place to do that if they want to protect their own privacy.
What's your message to Minnesotans who may get a late night knock on the door from police if something's going on in their communities? I mean, can you just speak on that?
I'm going to let law enforcement handle that one. I don't know if someone, sure, please.
Good morning. Police Chief Mark Bruley, Brooklyn Park Police Department. Great question. Like we sent out a message to our community when this first occurred is you always can call 911 and verify if the person at your door is a police officer. If they are a working police officer, they will be connected to a dispatch center that can validate that. So the first thing I would do is if you're concerned about it is call 911. Obviously, there's a lot of different uniforms, and it's never wrong to do that.
Can you clarify the shooting stuff? Because we were told, I believe, that the person in custody did shoot at police at the Hortman residence. That's an important detail.
Yeah, so I'll answer this again. That's part of the active investigation, and I know there's been a lot that's going on, but as any time law enforcement uses deadly force, there's a walled-off separate investigation to examine that. At that time, I will tell you, we still work through. We are gathering evidence when we go through. This happened incredibly fast. What I can tell you is the police officers that were there on scene, that while they were assessing the situation, that the gunfire erupted. And we are still working through and reconstructing that crime scene. We've gathered all of the evidence related to that. And what was said there is that this is definitely happening very quickly. And we definitely know that he began shooting at the Hortmans, as will be detailed in this information, immediately once the officers were assessing the situation. Whether or not that the gunfire was returned at the officers or not, we are working through that, and we need to recreate the crime scene itself. But and I should say, I want to say, like, in that process, the gunfire was erupting in such a way all around that is partly why with the reasonable interpretation on some of those is where that came from initially.
Can you identify the potential motive here? It has been widely reported that the list, his hit list, contained names of people who are abortion rights supporters. And also, can you please release the names of the two other targeted victims who were fortunate to get away?
As I said, with respect to the other two potential victims, I think it's up to them whether they want to publicly identify themselves. As I said, it wouldn't surprise me if they do. They're elected officials, but that's their right. Obviously, they may have families and children and privacy interests that they need to sort through. So I'll let them do that. With respect to the potential motive, let me say this. There's been a lot of press coverage and speculation and discussion of a manifesto. I've seen nothing like a Unabomber-style manifesto in his writings. He had many, many notebooks full of plans, lists of names, surveillance, efforts that he took to surveil and locate the home addresses and family members' relationships with these elected officials. But I have not seen anything involving some sort of political screed or manifesto that would clearly identify what motivated him. Obviously, his primary motive was to go out and murder people. Now, they were all elected officials. They were all Democrats. Beyond that, I think it's just way too speculative for anyone that's reviewed these materials to know and to say what was motivating him in terms of ideology or specific issues. There's a lot of...
Were abortion rights supporters?
There were some abortion rights supporters, I believe, on the list. But again, there was dozens and dozens and dozens of names on, hundreds of pages of documents that were recovered with his writings on them.
Did he confess and give more details after he was apprehended last night?
I'm not going to comment on that at this time.
Can you talk about how long this pre-planning and surveillance went on? Do you have any idea?
It appears to have gone on for an extensive period of time. I think it's unclear. The writings appear to have been done at various times over the course of at least months, I would say. But beyond that, it's speculative.
Did he have there's kind of two questions that go towards the same thing. He appeared to be involved with some kind of a home security or professional security operation. I wonder if you have any details into that. And was he familiar to law enforcement, even though he didn't appear to have any kind of serious criminal record in the state?
I've seen the press reporting on his security company. I don't know anything beyond that or any involvement that would have in this case. And I have no knowledge of his interactions with law enforcement prior to this.
Can you comment at all about, this car, the light pack, the license plate, maybe a bit of a badge sniffer? Was he obsessed with police?
I have no idea. I think I skipped over the slide. The police license plate wasn't an official-looking police license plate, as you can tell. It said, I believe it was like a reflective black, things that you would buy to put on like a mailbox, like your address on a mailbox.
Was he a bit obsessed with do we know?
I have no idea.
There have been reports that his wife was, quote, detained at a rest stop in Onamia, and that in her car was found weapons, passports, and a lot of cash. She was also with 3 children. Is that true? And is the wife being investigated?
Go ahead. I'll defer to law enforcement on that one.
Yeah, I can answer the question. So when, the question was detained, obviously, when an individual commits these, heinous acts and we knew he was the suspect in this case, we're going to want to talk to the family. At this point in time, this is, under active prosecution, and so we want to be careful about what we say. She was cooperative with us at that time. There were firearm in the vehicle at the time, had valid reasons for her to, she was legally in possession, I should say that, at this time, and there were other items that were recovered, but we're going to leave that to some of the prosecution as we work this out. So we're not going to comment on all of it, as this is still continue to be part of the active investigation. We need to figure out exactly what all of this means in relation to this.
To be clear, there's not going to be a first appearance in district court then today, and then where is he being held?
There will be an initial appearance in federal court over in St. Paul, Minnesota at 1:30 Central Time this afternoon. I do not anticipate there will be an appearance in state court today.
Just one more question on the hit list. You said 45 names, and we've seen more than that. Was there more than 45?
There's lots of, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think I can help. There's a lot of names that we're working together right now. So the FBI, there are some, and we've mentioned this, that there are some other names that are from out of state. They have been working through through our Fusion Center network across the United States, and then our partners at the FBI are helping coordinate with that in that process. The question is a good one. Part of what we're looking through, the names, the numbers that you're referencing, was names in multiple notebooks. Some of them are redundant. So I don't have a total number of people that were in there because some of them are overlapping on multiple lists. And again, I do want to continue to clarify. This is not a list of people that was in a numerical order and some sort of ranking. These are names that are being developed as we are looking at this across multiple writings in terms of that, just to be clear about it.
And was Senator Hoffman's name even in there, though?
I believe it was.
Okay. Where is he being held?
Right now, I think he's in the custody of the United States Marshal Service over at the St. Paul Federal Courthouse. Beyond that, I'll defer to the marshals on where he'll be held, assuming he's held in custody pending trial. It'll be an initial appearance because he's only charged by complaint. He has not yet been indicted. So he'll have an initial appearance, as all defendants do, before a federal judge, where he'll be asked to identify himself. The court will appoint a lawyer to represent him, or he can retain one and have a lawyer represent him. And then the court will ask whether or not we will move to seek his detention pending trial, which we obviously will. And then the court could set a detention hearing and a preliminary hearing to assess whether or not there's probable cause to charge him by complaint. How much of that will happen actually today is unclear. We'll see at 1:30.
And it's at the Warren E. Berger Federal Building? That's the only court appearance today?
Correct.
Thank you.
For Superintendent Evans, yesterday, the way that things played out yesterday when you came up for the 5:30 or so press conference, did you know that he was close to being caught at that point? Or did it come as a surprise when you got the trail cam information or from a neighbor who saw him in the field?
So that, we, as noted, we still had belief that he was in Sibley County. When we held that, we did not know the information specifically that he was there. Based on the overall investigative, that was still our belief there, but the specific information that led to his arrest at that time, we were not tracking yet. So, and I assume that's related to the timeline. These teams and the law enforcement teams acted very quickly when they had a specific lead that led us to know he was in that area. And so it was a relatively short period of time where they converged and were able to do that.
What we knew before this news conference was bad enough. What you have told us is even worse. Where does this rank in terms of attacks that you know of across the United States? And what you addressed some of your reaction, but can you all three give us your reaction?
Look, this was a political assassination, which is not a word we use very often in the United States, let alone here in Minnesota. It's a chilling attack on our democracy, on our way of life. It's only the most recent example of violent political extremism in this country, and that's a trend that's been increasing in recent years, and that's unfortunate. And I hope it's a wake-up call to everyone that people can disagree with you without being evil or needing to be killed or hurt.
You mentioned that multiple different aspects of this investigation were found in multiple different notebooks. How many were discovered, and were they all in this vehicle?
My understanding is some notebooks were recovered from his vehicle and others from his house, although obviously there was law enforcement literally from all around the state. I couldn't begin to identify all of them. Representatives of many of those, or some of those agencies are here, but far more were involved. And so all I can say, there was many notebooks recovered from multiple locations. And part of it's
Did it make sense about him going back home? Like, what was he thinking? Did he say he was trying to get back to his house? I mean, it's odd, I guess you could say.
I can't speculate as to what was in his mind. He obviously went on a murderous rampage on Friday, so I think I'm not aligned with his thought process.
Mr. Winston, can you talk about, is there any sort of attention being paid to what kind of safety needs to be given to politicians at this time, or is this a space where people feel like any threat has left with this arrest?
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to, of course, take these threats as serious as possible and throw all available resources towards these threats. We are in lockstep with the Capitol Police on a regular basis, and we're continuing to have those conversations about threats towards politicians. Thank you for that question.
Maybe one more question here before we wrap up.
Perhaps this is for Chief Broley. Just wanted to wrap it back to hoping you can speak to just how pivotal it is that your officers acted proactively, stopping by Hortman's house and likely stopping more victims.
Yeah, great question. Just for everybody in the room, question is how important was it that the police officer stopped at Representative Hortman's house, which really foiled this entire plan. It's incredibly important. That started with a sergeant who was actually off duty, was walking out of the building and had heard that there was a shooting in another community at Senator Hoffman's house. Being alert, seen two officers in the police department, said, hey, drive by Melissa Hortman's house and just check on the house, would you? And that's essentially what they pulled up and found, that in the driveway was the car, and essentially the criminal act was occurring as they pulled up. Had they not foiled the plan, essentially took his vehicle away from him, which involved all his maps, all his names, all his weaponry, I would be very scared what it would look like over the next few hours had we not done that.
And just to clarify, did your sergeant know about the new Hope and Maple Grove incidents, or just the one in Champlin?
He only knew about the one that occurred in Champlin.
So the other officer that came upon him at the second house and saw him sitting in a vehicle, did she realize, did she report that, and did they try to chase him? Did she realize that was suspect? Or
I don't think she did. She knew something was awry, and then he left and proceeded to Brooklyn Park and carried out the next shooting. So it got lost in the chaos of the event. Not lost in the chaos of events, but there was a new shooting shortly thereafter. It really is remarkable, to the question earlier, how he went to 4 houses that night, and in 2 of them he encountered law enforcement at the third and fourth one, and the second one no one was home at all. It's remarkable how diligent law enforcement was at 2:30, 3 o'clock, and 3:30 in the morning on a Friday night, that they were responding to do wellness checks on our politicians. It's a testament. The last 48 hours have been an incredible testament to the professionalism and dedication and commitment of our federal, state, and local law enforcement. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Guys, I'm going to be back in about 3 minutes with some materials, but I need to bring it.
We've been hearing from, this was a live news conference, we were just watching the federal part of all of this happening with the acting U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson, with, as we were saying, a treasure trove of information. There's so much to dismantle here and talk about, but the first thing he said is political assassinations are rare in our country. These were political assassinations, the stuff of nightmares, he said, that he stalked these people. He said that they shot them in cold blood, and this is the stuff of nightmares. And then he went on to talk about something we didn't know to this point, that there were 4 different stops, allegedly, of Vance Boelter.
Right, detailing what he did that night, early in that night. I know we have Paul Bloom standing by. Paul, I know we were just dissecting all of this. This is shocking. We're hearing that he went to 4 different politicians' homes, starting in that Champlin location, starting in the Champlin, then going to 2 homes where potentially it could have been far worse. Thankfully, it wasn't. Just your initial reaction, hearing what the feds just described was his, game plan that night.
Yeah, the stuff of nightmares. The headline, I just want to start with, the federal authorities have taken charge of the jurisdiction here. They have charged murder counts in federal court that, if they decide to pursue, are punishable by death. So a death sentence case in Minnesota. It has been a long time since we've said that. Potentially, we'll have to see what the DOJ wants to eventually do. But the feds are going to take charge of this case, with the first appearance beginning this afternoon. But you're right, Kelly. I'm still processing. I was reporting this whole scene throughout the weekend, so processing what I just heard. I haven't read word for word the criminal complaint. But yes, Boelter accused of beginning his rampage in Champlin at the home of Senator Hoffman, wife Yvette, child Hope. From there, he goes to Maple Grove. A lawmaker isn't home. He would then have a weird encounter with law enforcement in New Hope outside of another lawmaker's home. From there, he went and traveled allegedly to Brooklyn Park, where he had this encounter again with law enforcement just on his heels. Apparently now, as the dust settles on this, as opposed to maybe exchanging gunfire with police on the front stoop of the Hortmans, it sounds almost like he sees them and then he begins shooting his way into the Hortman home, where tragically Mark and former Speaker Melissa Hortman would be gunned down, their dog killed in that process as well, and then he would flee on foot out their door, meaning they were just moments away from perhaps even saving the Speaker Emerita's life in that moment. But yeah, I had wondered, I hadn't necessarily brought it up on live television, but I had wondered, because the timing from the home of Senator Hoffman to the timing at the Speaker at the Hortman's home, it was a good solid hour plus. And there was this idea that Brooklyn Park police were sort of in close proximity. So now we understand that would sort of fill in that gap, that 1 hour gap that he had tried to hit 2 other sort of Northwest Metro homes of lawmakers. Obviously, one wasn't home. One seemed like it was aborted in the moment because of that odd encounter with a New Hope police officer, but then the tragedy that would unfold at the Hortman's house. There are new images. Obviously, it'll take a while for our live production team to get caught up in it, to provide those photos, but heavily armed. We saw the images of the guns and his fake police squad car that he traveled to the homes in. I got a little knot in my throat. Why don't I throw it back to you?
Paul, kind of just exactly. We'll give you a second. And what we're hearing, obviously, we heard this early Saturday morning, is that he was impersonating a police officer, but got a little bit more information from the acting U.S. Attorney General, saying that he went to the home of the Hoffmans in Champlin, and he actually said he saw the security camera, the video, and said apparently this Boelter knocked on the door, knocking and saying, quote, "This is the police, open the door, there has been a shooting reported." And then they went to the door, realized after the flashlight was pulled down, presumably seeing the mask, realizing, okay, something's not right here. They actually said to him, according to police, "You're not police." Right. And then he says this is a robbery, and forced him way in. I think too, Paul, we've been talking about this. They had said this earlier, that the Hoffmans, their daughter, who called 911, her quick action likely saved so many lives, which I think it's important to reference, that she was able to call quickly to alert the officers. Now we know New Hope, alert officers that something had happened. And that sounded like that was a situation that potentially could have been very bad. Our Karen Scullen had reported that yesterday, that she had heard that there was a potential another lawmaker who he was in the vicinity and was spooked off, if you will, by seeing an officer. And now we're hearing that likely sounds like the New Hope location.
That was the scenario we heard them talk about, the fact that the officer looked directly at, presumably at Boelter, and that he did not look back. But then he went on his way.
Yeah, horrific, and the underlying sort of stalking charge. When you think about studied the homes, put research into it, you know, we were so focused on the list, the manifesto. What was that all about? But this idea that the pre-planning that allegedly went into this, and to strike, why this Saturday morning? We didn't necessarily hear that, but he was prepared. He was dressed. He had a scheme in mind as these charges lay out. The flashing light, the police. I mean, you just think of the chilling nature of that video at the door of the Hoffman home, and then the evidence they have. The U.S. attorney with sort of a much different tact than we saw from the county attorney here on the state side. I'm still at the government center where we heard from Mary Morardi and her second-degree murder charges. The U.S. attorney angry. He sort of presented the case. He laid out the details. It was the most intense presentation of this case that did connect some of these new dots with us. But right now we have multiple murder charges, stalking charges, firearm possession type charges in federal court. It's a 20-page affidavit with photographs. And now Boelter in U.S. Marshal's custody on his way to the St. Paul Federal Courthouse, where he will have to be in front of a judge at 1:30 this afternoon.
Right, we know there are 6, if I'm looking at it right, 6 federal charges here. You mentioned count 1 and 2 is stalking. Count 3 and 4 is murder, and 5 and 6 is the shooting, we assume, of the Hoffmans.
The firearm possession.
Right, and again, they talked about it, that they have not added any terrorist charge. That was a question there at the press conference. Could that come? That's potential. He alluded to the fact that, look, there could be more charges. This is what we're starting with. And you referenced it, Paul, right at the top. Those charges, some of those charges do carry possibly the death penalty. Not necessarily sure that that's what they're going to go towards, but it's on the table.
It is, and that's part of this. Their charges are serious. Not that these charges over here in state court aren't. But yeah, those murder counts, life in prison, or even the possibility of death, a decision that the Department of Justice sounds like we'll have to eventually make. It is just a matter of bookkeeping, I will say, with this sort of back and forth between the state and federal charges. Given I am here at the state courthouse, I do want to say the state first appearance will actually be held this afternoon at 1 o'clock. He will not be here for that. I assume there'll be a lawyer representing him, but they will get this case on the docket in state court as well. And then, issue a state bond, a state bail amount, and then get some early bookkeeping done. So this case will continue. This state case doesn't go away, but clearly the feds are going to take jurisdiction here, and that is where the legal process will play out at the federal courthouse in St. Paul.
And Paul, we also heard from the acting U.S. Attorney, Joe Thompson, that we may not be done here as far as charges go with accomplices, that they are investigating his wife, who was lawfully, she did have a gun lawfully, but she also had some other items in the car that kind of made them think twice about where she was headed and why she had what she had in her vehicle. So we may not be done with all this, and obviously if there are accomplices, those folks will be held accountable as well.
Oh, absolutely. There was that interesting traffic stop we were able to confirm over the weekend. Happened up in Onamia, so about an hour in the other direction, if you will, out of the metro area, heading north towards Lake Mille Lacs. The wife is pulled over. My understanding is there are several family members also in that car. Drew Evans, for the first time, the superintendent of the BCA, does confirm there was a firearm. We had reported that without necessarily 100% confirmation, but authorities saying, yes, there was a gun in there. He wouldn't elaborate on other material, but our understanding was passports and cash. We never got a specific amount. Whose passport was in the car, we don't know. Authorities in the moment, and remind people, there was an intense manhunt underway when she was pulled over during that traffic stop. But at least in the moment, authorities were confident and comfortable with her cooperation, what she told authorities, why she had the gun, and she was allowed to continue on their way. Do they revisit that? I don't know, obviously, at this point, but clearly authorities are extremely interested to know, what went into this planning, who knew what when, who helped them on the back end, if any Again, he eluded police on foot, for some of it, as he had to abandon that car at the Hortman home.
Yeah.
How did he get around? How did he get from here to there and end up in Sibley County, a day later in the second vehicle of his? So all of those questions, Tom Kelly, going to continue for quite some time.
We learned a lot, but we still have a lot more to learn. Paul, thank you so much. We do appreciate it. Again, just reiterating that he is set to be in federal court, appearance at 1:30 this afternoon.
And we're on top of the story, clearly. What we want to do right now is take you back to the beginning of this federal news conference with Acting U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson and the treasure trove of information we have learned, the stuff of nightmares. So let's go ahead and listen to that. For Kelly, I'm Tom, and we will stay on top of this story for you online and, of course, right here on Fox 9. Let's listen to that now.
Good morning. My name is Joe Thompson, and I'm the Acting United States Attorney for the District of Minnesota. Late last night, the U.S. Attorney's Office filed a complaint bringing an array of federal charges against Vance Boelter for his horrific attack on our state and our elected representatives. Political assassinations are rare. They strike at the very core of our democracy. But the details of Boelter's crime are even worse. They are truly chilling. It is no exaggeration to say that his crimes are the stuff of nightmares. Boelter stalked his victims like prey. He went to their homes, held them out as a police officer, and shot them in cold blood. Now, there's been a lot of information and misinformation out there about Boelter's crimes. We have filed a detailed 20-page complaint and affidavit that sets forth what happened in this case. I'd like to share some of that information with you now. In the early morning hours of June 14th, Boelter went to the homes of 4 Minnesota state politicians with the intent to kill them. Boelter first traveled to the home of Minnesota State Senator John Hoffman in Champlin, Minnesota. Boelter arrived at the senator's home disguised as a police officer. He arrived in a black SUV with emergency lights turned on and with a license plate that read police. Boelter wore a black tactical vest and body armor. He carried a flashlight and a Beretta 9mm handgun. He also wore a hyper-realistic silicone mask. Senator Hoffman had a security camera. I've seen the footage from that camera, and it is chilling. Boelter knocked on Senator Hoffman's front door and repeatedly shouted, "This is the police, open the door." Senator Hoffman and his wife, Yvette, came to the door. When they opened the door, Boelter shined the flashlight in their faces and said there had been a shooting reported in the house. Boelter asked if they had any weapons. When Boelter lowered his flashlight, which he had shined in their face, they realized that he was not a police officer. They shouted out, "You're not a cop. You're not a police officer." Boelter then announced, "This is a robbery," and forced himself into their home. When Senator Hoffman attempted to push Boelter out and stop him from entering his home, Boelter shot him repeatedly. Boelter then shot Miss Hoffman repeatedly. Boelter fled the scene, and the Hoffman's daughter called 911. Unfortunately, the Hoffmans survived, although they remain hospitalized. After shooting Senator Hoffman and his wife, Boelter traveled to the home of another Minnesota state representative in Maple Grove, Minnesota. Video surveillance showed that Boelter rang the doorbell at the state representative's house at approximately 2:24 a.m. on Friday night. Again, he was dressed as a law enforcement officer, wearing a tactical vest and body armor, carrying a handgun and a flashlight, and wearing that same hyper-realistic silicone mask. Again, the images, as you can see on the screen, are haunting. Now, fortunately, the state representative was not home. She and her family were gone on vacation, and so Boelter left. Boelter then traveled to the home of a Minnesota state senator who lived in New Hope, Minnesota. He parked in the street in that same black SUV with the police license plate. At about 2:36 a.m. on Friday night, after learning of the shooting of Senator Hoffman, New Hope police dispatched an officer to conduct a wellness check on the state senator who lived in New Hope. When the New Hope officer arrived at the scene, she saw Boelter's black SUV parked down the block with the lights on. The New Hope police officer believed that Boelter was a police officer who had been dispatched to the scene to check on the status of the state senator. The New Hope police officer pulled up next to Boelter in his car, rolled down her window, and attempted to speak with him. Boelter did not respond. According to the officer, he just sat there and stared straight ahead. So the New Hope police officer, who had been dispatched to the scene, proceeded to the state senator's home, and she waited for other law enforcement to arrive. When they did, by the time they did, Boelter had left the scene. Boelter then traveled to Brooklyn Park, Minnesota, in the home of Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman. At approximately 3:30 a.m., Boelter arrived at Representative Hortman's house in his black SUV with the police license plates. He parked in the driveway and left the emergency lights on his SUV flashing, as if he was a police officer. Boelter approached Representative Hortman's home, again dressed as a police officer, wearing the tactical vest and body armor, and wearing that hyper-realistic mask. He was armed and carrying a flashlight. Before he entered the home, 2 Brooklyn Park police officers arrived at the scene. They too had been dispatched to check on Representative Hortman after learning of the shooting of Senator Hoffman. When they arrived at the scene, they saw Boelter's black SUV parked in the driveway with the emergency lights flashing, and they saw Boelter standing in front of the house several feet from the door. When Boelter saw the officers get out of the car, he drew his weapon and began firing. He rushed into the house through the front door, firing into it. He repeatedly fired into the house, and when he entered, he murdered Representative Hortman and her husband, Mark. The Brooklyn Park police officers fired at Boelter as he rushed into the home, but he escaped into the home and out the back. Officers recovered Boelter's 9mm Beretta, along with the body armor and the mask, behind the home along his path of flight when he fled on foot. They later searched Boelter's car, where they found 5 more firearms, including assault-style rifles and a large quantity of ammunition. Boelter also had in his car notebooks containing a list of more than 45 Minnesota state and federal elected officials, including Representative Hortman. Now, Boelter planned his attack carefully. He researched his victims and their families. He used the internet and other tools to find their addresses and names, the names of their family members. He conducted surveillance of their homes and took notes about the location of their homes. He also prepared in other ways. He concealed himself as a police officer, outfitting his black SUV with police lights and a police license plate, wearing a black tactical vest and body armor, carrying a police flashlight and a handgun. And of course he wore that hyper-realistic silicone mask as seen on the surveillance videos. The video of his arrival and shooting of Senator Hoffman is truly chilling. Again, it's no exaggeration to say this is the stuff of nightmares. There's a photo of the firearms found in Boelter's abandoned SUV. Based on these crimes, we brought a federal complaint charging Boelter with an array of federal charges. Counts 1 and 2 charge him with stalking Count 1 charges him with stalking Representative Melissa Hortman using interstate facilities, and that's Title 18, United States Code 2261. The statutory penalties there are life in prison. Count 2, similarly, charges him with stalking State Senator John Hoffman using interstate facilities. The maximum penalty of that count is 20 years in prison. Counts 3 and 4 charge Boelter with the murder of Melissa and of the Hortmans using a firearm in violation of 18 U.S.C. 924J. And these are punishable by a term of life imprisonment or even death. And counts 5 and 6 charge him with shooting the Hortmans and the Hoffmans using a firearm, and both of those counts also carry a maximum sentence of life in prison. Now, before I finish my remarks, I want to say a little bit about law enforcement and the manhunt that we've heard about the last 2 days. Over the past 48 hours, federal, state, and local law enforcement from throughout the state of Minnesota have worked together to carry out the largest manhunt in Minnesota history. Now, a lot has been said about law enforcement in recent weeks, but make no mistake, the men and women of our federal, state, and local law enforcement put their lives at risk and on the line to keep Minnesota safe. They work tirelessly, day and night, to make sure that the tragic events of Friday night ended without further violence or bloodshed. We owe them all a debt of gratitude, and they will forever have my respect and admiration.
We continue our coverage now. Thank you for joining us for All Day Live. We are streaming on Fox Local, as we always do this time of day. And just for today, you're also finding us on Fox 9. Of course, we are continuing our coverage of the murders of 2 people, Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, Mark Hortman, along with the attempted murders of Senator John Hoffman and his wife, Yvette Hoffman, who continue to recover this afternoon. The big news last night, the suspect, Vance Boelter, found after a 43-hour manhunt, the largest search of its kind in Minnesota history, arrested in a field near his home in Green Isle in Sibley County. Today facing multiple state, federal charges. In fact, we just learned a lot more details about what happened at not just 2, but 4 homes of Minnesota lawmakers early Saturday morning. So we're going to be with you here for the next couple of hours because there's just a lot going on in this time frame. We're going to bring it all to you live. We also have several guests that we want to bring as well. We're going to talk with former Senate Majority Leader Paul Gazelka, who worked really closely with, across the aisle actually, with then Speaker of the House, Melissa Hortman. Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara is here. His department, one of so many who helped out putting those pieces together in those early moments, trying to track down Vance Boelter. Attorney General Keith Ellison has just logged on. He's going to join us here. He wanted to remember Representative Hortman. Of course, we heard from him at the No Kings protest as well on Saturday, so we'll ask him about that. Our Corin Hoggard is sitting down with GOP Representative Lisa Damuth, who worked hand in hand with Representative Hortman because Representative Damuth is a speaker. Representative Hortman, Speaker Emerita, they are really credited with getting this budget over the finish line in this special session. The governor pointed it out, and so we'll be very interested to hear from her for the first time here publicly. And then we just have our crews in multiple locations, from the Capitol to the courthouse to Green Isle. I think we want to start first with our Mary McGuire, who's at, I believe, the federal courthouse in St. Paul. We all just heard from the federal authorities here who really laid out, very chilling details that we had not heard yet. Mary, I guess, tell us about what's going to be happening there at the courthouse and any conversations that you've had.
Well, Amy, we're actually here at the federal courthouse in Minneapolis. Since we are the Twin Cities, we have 2 federal courthouses. So interestingly, that press conference that we had that wrapped up just about 20 minutes ago, that was here in Minneapolis. Once we're done chatting with you, we will head across the river to St. Paul to catch that first appearance. But like you mentioned, what we knew before today was horrific. But that announcement from the U.S. Attorney somehow made everything that happened even more chilling. This plot was much more extensive than we initially knew, not just 2 lawmakers targeted, but 4 homes that Boelter visited early Saturday morning. And I think one of the most chilling components of all of this was the details that we learned about just what happened at John Hoffman's home. He was dressed in that very realistic old man Halloween mask when he came to the door just around 2 a.m., knocking on the door saying, "This is police, open up the door," multiple times. Both Hoffman and his wife Yvette came to the door, and he was shining his flashlight very brightly in their eyes, telling them that there was a shooting inside the home and asking them if there were any weapons. At some point, he took down that flashlight, and both John and Yvette were able to realize that this was not in fact a real police officer. They said, "You're not a cop," and tried to push him out of the door, and that's when he fired those multiple gunshots at both John and Yvette, their daughter calling 911, before he traveled to Maple Grove, to the home of a state representative there. He knocked on the door multiple times there. We know that so many people have Ring doorbell cameras, and that certainly will be a very important piece of evidence in all of this. He was caught on a surveillance doorbell camera there, knocking on the door, announcing himself as police there. Thankfully, that representative was not home at the time. He then went over to New Hope, to a state senator's home there. There was already a law enforcement's presence at the home because they had heard about what happened at Hoffman's home in Champlin, and he was sort of parked in that fake police vehicle. Also today we got a look at the license plate that he had made to put on his black SUV. It was very crude. It didn't really look anything at all like a real police license plate, but I guess at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, it would be tough to tell. He just sat in his vehicle, and a law enforcement officer came up to the side of the vehicle, tried talking with him. He just stared straight ahead and didn't say one word. So that law enforcement official continued on to that New Hope state senator's home to make sure that she was safe. He then traveled to Brooklyn Park and shot Representative Hortman and her husband. So this was an extensive plan, and that's really what struck me by the U.S. Attorney's announcement today. Then traveled to Brooklyn Park and shot Representative Hortman and her husband. So this was an extensive plan, and that's really what struck me by interstate component that is necessary for federal charges in this case, also facing murder and shooting charges for all of this. But really just I had kind of goosebumps when the U.S. Attorney was announcing all of this, because this wasn't just a spur of the moment thing. This took perhaps days, weeks, months of planning on his part, from stalking his victims, surveilling their homes, writing notes about them, doing extensive research online on all of his victims, and then carrying out the attack, taking those steps to conceal his identity with that creepy mask, and making himself look like a police officer on that night as well, Amy.
Yeah, Mary, I think everybody's just trying to digest everything here. We want to give you some time to get where you need to be too. So you're in Minneapolis right now. The hearing you're going to is the federal hearing in St. Paul. Also, there's a state hearing as well at 1, but it's my understanding that Boelter will be actually appearing at the federal hearing in St. Paul, not at the one in Minneapolis, right?
Yes, he is supposed to be at the federal courthouse in person. We're told that he is in the custody of U.S. Marshals at this point. I did check with the Hennepin County Jail roster, and he has been released from their custody. So that lends us to believe that he is in federal custody now. I also want to mention that this is just a first appearance at this point. This is not an indictment that can take several days. So this is just a first appearance, since he has been charged through this document and hasn't been indicted just yet.
All right, Mary, thank you. We will keep checking back in with you here, particularly right after that hearing. So thank you for that. We'll see you in a bit. We want to, thanks Mary, we want to get to our first interview today, first of many today. Attorney General Keith Ellison was available here at the top of the hour, so we wanted to chat with him because he wanted to share some of his thoughts and memories of Melissa Hortman, which we can't lose sight of here. We really need to keep talking about the victims and their legacies and their lives. Thank you for joining us, Attorney General.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for keeping the memory of Melissa Hortman alive. She was a tremendous human being. She was pragmatic. She was passionate. She was all those things, and she kept together a caucus. And if anybody's ever been in politics, you have a lot of people with a lot of different opinions, and she kept them all together and did great things for the state of Minnesota.
Yeah, I want to hear some stories. I know you've had probably a lot of interactions with her over the years. Yeah. Hopefully you can share some.
Well,
of those. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say when I met her, she was not yet in the legislature. She was a legal aid lawyer, and she was representing tenants. And I remember she and I had, when I was the director of the Legal Rights Center, representing the same person, and she did tremendous legal work and protected a vulnerable tenant, a mom of three, who had been subject to some pretty disgusting sexual harassment. And yet she took that case and she fought for that individual and won justice for them. I knew she'd be a great legislator. And I can tell you that personally, I personally have asked her to run for Congress. She said, no, I want to be in the state of Minnesota. I want to stay home. But over the time, we saw that she could do anything, go anywhere she wanted in politics. But her preference was to be right here in Minnesota. So I commend her for that. Right up until a few days ago, she and I were talking about the budget, talking about the Attorney General's office, and she, no matter how busy she always had time to connect with us and try to help us through and make sure that we had the resources we need to, protect and defend the people of the state of Minnesota. So she was a true champion, and so many times, so many occasions, she stepped up and did the right thing.
Yeah, you just mentioned the budget, and I think some of the lasting images and video that we have, from sound that we've shared here in our newscasts, is as that special session was finishing up, and we saw Speaker Emerita Hortman in tears, which I'm told was rare,
right,
if ever. Did she share with you at all in those conversations? And if you're not comfortable sharing, it's okay, but it clearly, she had a very, very difficult vote to make, and it tore her apart. You could see it. Did she talk to you at all about that time?
Well, we talked about the difficulty with that vote in particular, because she believes that everybody ought to be able to get the health care that they need. She desperately believes in that and earnestly believes in it, fought for it. But then when it came down to how to resolve that budget, she understood there was a path forward. And she did what leaders have to do, which is sometimes disappoint the very people who they're fighting for every single day. But I know that in Melissa's mind, she knew that there'd be another day, and she'd be able to come back and fight for those same people all over again. But the budget needed to get passed. This was the deal that could be struck, and so she did the hard thing. And she was about doing the hard thing. But let me tell you, when she could do things, great things for people, she always did it. She never missed that opportunity. She believed in kids having a full meal, and that kids learn best when they're well fed. She believed, that we needed to have child care credit in our state. She believed people need family medical leave on the job. She believed in these things, and she fought for these things. But then when the budget was tight and things got tough, she did the right thing. And she did the best thing she could do, even in that moment when the options were much more limited.
Yeah. We've heard a lot over the course of the last couple of days from people who, lawmakers, those in public service, saying it's time to tone down the rhetoric. It is time to bring down the temperature. And what strikes me about both Speaker Emerita Hortman and Senator Hoffman is that from just my own personal experience, and maybe you can speak more to this, but there really weren't two people who were more sort of cordial, diplomatic, kind,
Very true.
fair. I mean, if you just want to talk to that for a moment.
Well, yeah. So John is another one who was a great lover of bipartisan cooperation. He in his committees, he tried at John Hoffman is a man who really who's really concerned about mental health issues, worked passionately and across the aisle to help people who suffer from mental health and mental illness. Is a tireless champion on that. And Melissa Hortman is another one. When some people might, say the inflammatory thing, she would walk past that. And this is not to say that she did not hold passionate views and stick up for those views. She really did. No one can say that she was not a passionate advocate for her point of view, but she always understood that there was a person on the other end of that conversation, and that's why she was able to have what looked like a very good relationship with Speaker Demuth, who it appeared she personally said very kind things about Speaker Demuth to me when it was just she and I. So she admired her and recognized that she was a good leader too. So this is the person that she was, and I'm gonna miss her, and all of us will.
Moving forward, Attorney General Ellison, will this change, what you say and how you say it publicly?
Well, again, I've always, been one to try to bring us to the better place, but we're all passionate advocates for the beliefs that we hold. But the problem here is that somebody picked up a weapon and went to a person's home at 3 o'clock in the morning and murdered them. Those of us who believe that our political differences should be solved either by compromise or an election are completely different in kind from this kind of behavior. So this is the kind of thing that we should understand. I don't think it's appropriate to ask somebody who's elected to represent a certain point of view to not represent that point of view. But it is important to understand that in America, in Minnesota, we resolve our differences through compromise in courtrooms, or we do it in places at election time, never with guns. That is not the way that matters are solved in our country, and never should be, and have no place at all.
Is there some room, though, to sort of improve upon, name calling and sort of general categorization of people? And is there some room for that?
Well, ma'am, obviously there's room for us all to, try to call people to higher ground. But I think that you're mixing up one thing and another if you forget the fact that this was a murder by a murderer, that it happened 3 o'clock in the morning. The man went to John Hoffman's house in a mask. He shot his way into the Hortman home. This is not political discourse. This is not even tough political discourse. This is murder. This is homicide. This is different. And so if you ask me, should we all aim for calling each other to the higher place, even in our passionate arguments? I say, of course we should. But we can't conflate that with this situation. Yeah. And I think it would be a disservice to do so.
Absolutely. No, I absolutely agree with you. And I think it's important to not normalize this. That's one of the most important things that we can do out of this. I think to make, as people, citizens of Minnesota are looking at this, I think a lot of people look at each other and say, well, this is the time we live in. And so I asked you that to sort of intentionally
and I agree with that.
The two.
Yeah, and I think that, and I agree with that sentiment. We cannot just dismiss this as the times that we live in. These, and let me tell you, in the 1960s, we saw John F. Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy, Malcolm X, Medgar Evers, Martin Luther King, and many others. And we all recognized that this had to stop. And we can't go back to an era in American history where political assassination is a common thing. It's got to stop. This is the best place to stop. And if anybody is an example of how we should comport ourselves politically, it is Melissa Hortman, because she was a passionate advocate for children, for workers, for people, and she would never not be that advocate. She was that advocate, but she was always willing to reach her hand out and find a way forward with her political, with different people in politics. And she never saw the Republican caucus as her enemy. She saw them as the party opposite, who carried a legitimate point of view that many Minnesotans hold, but we're all Americans. We're all Minnesotans, and we can never lose sight of that. We can never lose sight of that.
Yeah, a lot of people who have known her for years are hoping that her legacy will be that others will be more kind, and that the temperature can come down and act as though she would have acted. I just, before I let you go, we really appreciate you coming on and your time, and you know, you made it really clear you didn't want this to be about you. You wanted this interview to be about Melissa Hortman and what's been going on. But I do need to ask you, on Saturday you did speak at the No Kings protest after the governor had said, please don't go to this. You were the only one to go. So I wanted to find out why.
Well, I wholeheartedly support the decision of the governor, lieutenant governor, and others to not go. We cannot possibly risk the top of our state, and they did the very right thing, the thing I would advocate. But on the other hand, I felt that somebody, at least one of us, should go to be with the people in this grieving moment. But the governor was busy trying to catch this killer. The governor was very occupied, and he needed to focus on what he was doing. And I needed to do what I could do to lend comfort in that moment. I wanted to remind people about who Melissa was. I wanted to remind them about the legacy that she leaves, which is one of nonviolent social change. I also wanted to remind people that in the course of human events, martyrs and great leaders, sometimes we lose them, but if the cause is just and right, others carry on and they pick up the mantle. And people, I'm reminded people where we lost Martin Luther King in 1968, but people kept on fighting for civil rights and human dignity, and they didn't stop that because an assassin came forward and tried to intimidate people. And I urge people now to stay on the path of democracy, justice, and a rededication to nonviolent social change.
We appreciate your time today. I know you need to get going. Thank you for coming on and sharing your memories and for being open to answering some of our questions here today. Our condolences to you and all of those who knew Representative Hortman so well. Thank you, Attorney General Ellison.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Amy.
Right.
Have a good day.
Yep, you too. Okay, Attorney General Keith Ellison joining us here. Just one of several live interviews that we have scheduled here for the next 90 minutes or so. Okay, all right, Amber's letting me know that this is a live look now inside the state capitol in St. Paul. You can see some of the news folks there just getting a look at that memorial, which had been outside, but clearly today a lot of rain, and they wanted to preserve those things that people have so lovingly set there to remember Representative Melissa Hortman and her legacy. And also, you know, at some point here in the next 90 minutes, we'll also talk about her husband, Mark Hortman, because I think one of the things that has gotten lost in all of this is we talk about Mark Hortman as the husband of, which is true, it's important. He was also obviously a whole person who had a whole life and affected so many people in his own ways, and he was a dad and a husband, and so supportive of that wife that he had that has this powerful job, busy job, and by all accounts kind of kept everything together for them and did it with a sense of humor and just really down to earth. I know we talked to a neighbor, I think it was yesterday, who talked a lot about that. So if we do have that sound, I would love to try to pull that sound up from his neighbor talking about Mark as well. As we're taking a look at this as well, just wanting to bring you up to speed on the other victims here who were shot and who did survive, which is Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette Hoffman. We heard from them last night right after the apprehension of the suspect, and it was really wonderful to be able to hear from Yvette Hoffman, and I just wanted to read you a little bit of that. So hi guys. Let me get to this please here. All right, this is what, no, you're good. Nope, I'm just gonna read it. So this is the statement from Yvette Hoffman last night. I don't know if we have a photo, are our graphics working here? Okay, all right. Well, let me just read this statement. This is from Yvette Hoffman last night, shortly after the suspect was arrested. First and foremost, John and I hold a deep and profound gratitude for the work of our law enforcement agencies and the public for their help in bringing the suspect to justice while diligently keeping our communities safe during this extremely difficult and senseless event. John and I are both incredibly lucky to be alive. We continue our healing journey and are humbled by the outpouring of love and support our family has received from across the state and our nation. Finally, they say there is never a place for senseless political violence and loss of life. We are devastated by the loss of Melissa and Mark, and our hearts go out to all of those who knew and loved them both. We are always at our best when we unite together. So echoing some of those sentiments. All right, if you want to come on in here, Chief, in real time, you're joining us on our streaming show, All Day Live, and those of you who are watching on Fox 9 today, we are simulcasting on Fox 9 as well, as we have had so many developments here in the last, 48 hours, and then last night, and then overnight, and then now. Chief O'Hara, Minneapolis Police Chief, thank you for joining us. Now learning so much more from the federal affidavit. First and foremost, we have so many questions for you, but how are you and the folks that you had working on this, how are you all doing today? This has just been such an unnerving situation.
Well, Minneapolis was not the lead in the investigation. We became involved early on Saturday morning, both at first to try and protect all of the elected officials that live in the city, and then other people that had been identified as potential targets. But also to assist in conducting warrants on behalf of the lead investigators. So,
could you give us a bit of a timeline of Saturday morning, as much as you can, of kind of when you first got note, and then kind of how you guys sprung into action, and then when the Minneapolis House came into play?
Yeah, it was very quick. I don't know, it was early Saturday morning. I don't know exactly what time. And then it was just, for us, it was a scramble to try and identify where did all of our state elected officials live, and to get police resources to them as quickly as possible. And then at one point later in the morning, we did arrive to assist in securing a residence while a warrant was being prepared. And then ultimately our SWAT team executed that warrant. And then essentially just through the weekend, we maintained protection for, at first, we were trying to do it for everyone that was a state legislator, and then we focused specifically on people who had been identified through the investigation. And then continued to assist, as there were just dozens and dozens of agencies from all over the state that were assisting. But obviously there were connections to Minneapolis. There was a residence here. There had been sightings, at least one of which that is confirmed. Other 911 calls that we responded to. So we just had, we had dozens of officers in around the clock over the weekend, as did law enforcement agencies around the state. And I think that's significant because obviously everyone knows this was a holiday weekend, and I think it speaks to just the nature of this profession, and I think how well everyone did. I'm just thankful that this was disrupted as quickly as it was. I don't think anyone can emphasize enough how critical it was that a police officer in Brooklyn Park decided to be proactive and get someone out to state legislators' home there so that they could at least stop further violence from happening. Some photos came out at the press conference earlier from the U.S. Attorney's Office. I had seen them Saturday, and that is just chilling. I don't know how many weapons, firearms that person had in that vehicle, rifles, assault style type weapons, and just a huge amount of ammunition. And thankfully, the Brooklyn Park Police taking action, being proactive as they were, if nothing else, managed to separate him from that arsenal and stopped him from further carrying out this rampage. And as we learned earlier, it wasn't just, even Saturday morning, it wasn't just what happened in Champlin and then Brooklyn Park. There were actually 2 other residences in New Hope and Maple Grove that had been targeted as well. So this really, really could have been far worse, and we're just thankful that this person now is being brought to justice.
A couple of things that I wanted to follow up on as far as that house goes in Minneapolis, because that really was, the sort of the main role that you all had. Talk to us a little bit about when you go there to execute a search warrant. What does that look like? Are you interviewing the roommates? Are you collecting evidence? What's happening there, and what can you tell us that you saw?
So this is, again, this is not our investigation, so I cannot comment on those specifics. I can just tell you that it was our SWAT team that executed that warrant, and they did so in the manner that they typically do, trying to evaluate threats and to learn as much as possible about what may be happening inside the home prior to them actually executing it.
Was there any sort of a history, police calls, 911 calls, any sort of history that came from that house?
I don't believe there is anything significant from that location, no.
Okay. You talked a lot about the coordination amongst all of the different agencies, and I think you talked about the Brooklyn Park piece of it as well. Have you ever been a part? I mean, you haven't just been here; you've been in other places. Have you ever been a part of something like this to this scale?
I mean, obviously, with the exclusion of 9/11 and that type of response, no. This was very, very obviously just dozens and dozens of agencies involved right from the beginning. Even by the time that I got to the command post, the staging location for the search warrants that were being executed Saturday morning in Minneapolis, there was state, federal, and county law enforcement there in very, very significant numbers, and it just shows how quickly law enforcement in the state mobilized and continued to do so, and would have done so as long as possible. And I just honestly can't say enough about how thankful I am for the leadership that we have in this state, particularly with the BCA. Superintendent Drew Evans, if he's not the best, he's certainly one of the best in the country at leading an investigative agency, and just the coordination from them, from the FBI, and all of the law enforcement partners, I think is what made the difference. This was really complicated, just because of all of the unknowns, all of the elected officials spread out, trying to identify everybody who may have been a threat, and just because it was so rapidly evolving. I'm grateful to be a part of a law enforcement community here that across all of these levels, state, federal, and local, was able to come together and work so seamlessly and effectively together.
I was going to ask you about, because we keep thinking about the 43 hours that we heard about last night from the time that they knew that this is happening to the time he was apprehended. 43 hours. In your experience, can you believe that all of this happened, given all of the different, crime scenes and other scenes, all the variables, all the unknowns? Can you believe that this actually came together the way it did, with no other lives lost?
Yeah. Again, I think the biggest factor that made it go that way is the proactive intuition of that, Brooklyn Park police officer. That action, and separating this person from the addresses and just all of these weapons and cache of weapons and huge amounts of ammunition, that clearly is what made the difference here.
I need to ask you about the fact that the suspect was impersonating a police officer. And when you found that out, kind of what went through your mind, and how has that changed things at all for you guys? Well,
it's, just like everything else, it's just pure evil. He obviously stalked these people, as we know from the federal complaint, just showing up at a house in the middle of the night while people are asleep and getting startled, with police lights flashing outside. shining a flashlight in their face so that they couldn't initially tell that he was actually wearing a mask, and they couldn't tell that he didn't actually have a police uniform on. There were no patches on it. It just the appearance of one is just pure evil. I don't know how else to describe it. It's just so sick. And as the complaint states, he texted his family after this to say that he had just gone to war. So I mean, it's just so gross. It's sick. And you know, I don't know how else to possibly describe it.
Are you concerned at all that people might be, you know, hesitant to open a door? And I mean, it might sound, you know, odd to a police officer, but I've heard from many people who say, "What should I do now if a police officer, particularly at night?" Yeah.
Well, the vehicle he had was not a marked police car. So if there is not a vehicle that you recognize as a marked police car that typically serves your community, that's certainly a warning sign. If you have not called the police, that's another reason to be suspicious. And then if you cannot clearly tell who is at the door, you cannot see it, or there's anything else that makes you think something is wrong with this, you can obviously call 911, and that will go to the dispatch center for the law enforcement agency that serves you, and they will be able to verify whether or not the police are actually at your residence. But it is certainly something that's concerning for us, you know, and any potential copycats now that may use that MO to commit some other crime, a robbery or something else.
Yeah. Where do things kind of go from here? How do you hope things change for the better?
Well, I think it's clear that this was a political violence, an assassination, and an attempted assassination in another case. And obviously, you know, across the country, this has become, you know, more and more common. You know, so I mean, I think it just speaks to, you know, kind of the state of affairs that we're in this country, and hopefully it's a wake-up call for people, you know, to try and lower the temperature, if you will, on some of these issues.
Does your department, do you get sort of, are you ever investigating calls for, you know, extreme groups and, you know, that kind of thing? Is that something that's on your radar that you're seeing more?
We do have a number of threats that, you know, whether they're perhaps bias crimes or that type of thing that are investigated, and a number of threats that go through our behavioral threat assessment team. And the need for that has definitely increased in recent years, whether that's people that are suffering from mental health issues or people you know, who are motivated by some sort of hate or bias. That is something that we have seen a lot of in recent years, yes. Yeah.
We really appreciate you taking some time to come in. I know everybody who's been working on this is, you know, understandably exhausted and probably, you know, resting today or just isn't in a place to talk about it. But you guys played a role in that one search warrant execution. So we wanted to kind of get your thoughts on, you know, from somebody who is a part of it, but not so much of a part of it that we're disturbing your sleep today, because well-deserved rest for everybody involved. An incredible law enforcement effort put together by everybody, and we couldn't even count the number of agencies and people involved who put their lives on the line. Because again, you go into it, we know hindsight now, but going into it, you don't know what you're going to come up against.
Yeah, sure. So. And it's clear, you know, it just shows how important it is for us as law enforcement to have these relationships, and especially with federal law enforcement. We absolutely need to have those relationships and have them in advance so that when something happens, we can all jump into this together. And because those relationships exist in the state, that's how this was able to come together so quickly.
All right, Chief, I'll let you go. Thank you again for your time. Thanks, you guys. Sure. Really appreciate it. All right, do we want to, okay, we're going to do a little bit of a reset. Do you want to come in on a 1 or? Okay, we're working on it. We are streaming today. For those of you who are joining us, we're streaming on All Day Live, as we do from noon until 2 every day, and then also we are simulcasting on Fox 9 today, just to bring you the very latest, because there's so much developing here. Even in the course of the last 2-3 hours, we have learned a substantial amount of information about what has been happening here in about the last three and a half days or so. Chief, thank you. I'll let you guys head out here. Thank you so much for your time. Amber, should we do a little reset here? And okay, so we'll take some of the graphics. I think we've got graphics now to take. And if you guys just want to start taking them, I can kind of talk over it here, because my notes are pages and pages and all over the place. So I think it'd be easier for me just to follow the visuals here. So this is Vance Boelter, who was apprehended last night in a field near his farmhouse in Green Isle, Minnesota, in Sibley County. He has now been charged in the deaths of Melissa Hortman, Mark Hortman, and the attempted murders of Yvette and John Hoffman. So where we are today is there is a 1 o'clock court hearing that's going to happen in, I believe, Minneapolis, and those are the state charges. There is also a 1:30 court appearance. He will actually be appearing. It's a first appearance in federal court. So there are two different cases here running simultaneously. It's our understanding, based on the federal authorities just an hour ago or so, that it looks like the federal case will move forward first, followed then by the state. The federal case against Vance Boelter is carrying charges that put the death penalty on the table here. So that is something that we thought might happen, and today that was confirmed, that one of the charges. This is the shot of Vance Boelter being apprehended last night. Here in our newsroom, we had gotten word at about 8:45 via some law enforcement sources that some images of the suspect had been seen on trail cams, some still images. We know that his vehicle was found in that area earlier in the afternoon, and they searched, there it is, the vehicle, his hat, the hat that they believed he was wearing. Oh, thank you, Amber. So these are actually some new images from the federal complaint, but this is that vehicle that you can see right there that appears to have been just sort of ditched on a road in Sibley County. I'm not sure if the hat is directly underneath right there, but a hat that they believed that he was wearing, as well as he was on the loose, was found there as well. So here's a great little map to kind of show you where we are, because there are so many locations here. The Boelter residence to the left of your screen is the farmhouse where Vance Boelter lived. And it's a little confusing, because he had this home, and then we just talked to the chief about a home that he was renting with some roommates in Minneapolis, and we don't yet quite have a handle on exactly what that was about. But our reporter Karen Scullin last night talked to some of the neighbors of Vance Boelter, who just said they remember him and him alone sort of doing things like going to the mailbox. So we know that. And then if you take a look at where the Buick was recovered to the right there, that's the shot we just looked at of the car. The hat was also found there. Obviously, again, the car looking like it was abandoned. So that was yesterday early afternoon that they were searching that area. This is the possible sighting. The male on the bike was just a sort of a report. I don't know that we got that confirmed last night or not by officials, but that was something that was brought up as well. Officials did say that someone did report seeing a man running into the woods, and I don't know if it was law enforcement or a witness, someone there. Okay, it was an officer, Amber is telling me, who saw a man running into the woods. So at that time, it was late afternoon, and we had a press conference with the BCA at 5:30, where Drew Evans, if you were kind of reading between the tea leaves, it just felt like they were close. Now, he says at that point they didn't have the trail cam images at that point, so they didn't know for sure. But I think just that Buick being there was giving them some sense that he may still be in the area. They concentrated all of their efforts, more than 100 different officers, agents who were there in this area all afternoon. They were asked by a reporter, well, are you going to the Canadian border? Do you think he's fled? And it just kept coming back to the majority of our resources are in Sibley County right now. And then sure enough, 8:45, 9 o'clock is when we got word that they were tracking him, they were tracking Vance Boelter, and that they were in the process of closing in and apprehending him. This is one of the, I think, scariest images, just from a visual perspective, and at some point I hope we can sort of stop showing this, because I think this is, as I'm just talking to people, this is the image that is the most terrifying, and to not be able to sort of see who's behind that and see and realize in real time that that is indeed not a police officer, and that is the mask that was found and used as well. This is the discarded mask. Not exactly sure where this was. I know there was some early reporting that it was found near the home in Brooklyn Park, but that is one of the pieces of evidence that was found as well. And then again, these are images that are coming from the federal affidavit today. The components of the recovered Beretta 9mm handgun. We know that he was armed when they found him last night. I don't know that they said exactly, and I apologize because there have been so many small details here over the course of the last 48 hours or so that I'm not completely sure, and I don't want to misspeak, but we do know that he was armed last night when they apprehended him. And again, it just speaks to how fortunate we are that this situation ended without any more loss of life. Here, for the first time, so I'm seeing this for the first time, as you may be, but these are, I believe, some of the scribblings that they've been talking about. Law enforcement has been, let me just say, the first day, they did use the word manifesto, and I think it was just sort of a descriptive word to help us understand that there was some documents in the vehicle that they found at the Hortman home when it was abandoned. They have been very, very specific in the last 24 hours to have us reel back on that language, because they don't want to feed into the idea that there was this baked ideology. They just don't know yet. What they want us to say is that there was a list. There was definitely a list of targets, a hit list. And then there were ramblings, things like this, just notes, random paragraphs and sentences and words, but not so much a manifesto. So we wanted to show you some of that as well. And we'll just kind of go through some of these. This is the photo of the vehicle at the Hortman home. This is the vehicle that was left behind. This is when the Brooklyn Park officers thwarted and made him pivot at this critical moment where he had to take off and be separated from all of these weapons and his mode of transportation, which is ultimately, as we look back, seemingly the point at which this became much more achievable for law enforcement to apprehend him. This is the fake police decal that is on I think they described it earlier as the decals that you'd put on your mailbox. You order them from Amazon and you put it on your mailbox. In the middle of the night, this was happening 2, 3 in the morning. This is not something that you're going to see. You're going to see those flashing lights in the driveway. And here is the encounter. This looks like it might be from dash cam, excuse me, of the encounter of those Brooklyn Park officers arriving at the home. It was about 3:30 in the morning at the Hortman home, and this is where they see the suspect and interact with the suspect for the first time. It was not clear today. Initially, they said there was an exchange of gunfire. Today, they backed off of that a little bit and said they really have to recreate the scene because they just don't know, but they do know that the Brooklyn Park officers fired at this suspect when they saw him shooting his way into the Hortman home. We weren't sure if he had knocked first, as he did at the first crime scene in Champlin, but it sounds like at this home, he shot his way through the door and went through, and that is where he is accused of murdering Melissa and Mark Hortman in their home and fleeing out the back door. And those are some images that we are all seeing for the first time here today. That is just a sliver of what we received today. And it was interesting because at the first state press conference today with Hennepin County Attorney Mary Morardi, very much more tight-lipped, as she said, The manhunt is over. We needed to put a lot of information out about the manhunt to catch him, but now the investigation phase begins, and they don't want to compromise the integrity of the investigation. So that's on the state side. On the federal side is where we're seeing the affidavit and the detail here. I haven't had a chance to get through this, but this is the affidavit where those photos came from and some of the additional detail that we'll be learning about here in the coming days as they piece this all together. All right, taking a look at the time here, coming up on 1 o'clock, it's 12:53, and we want to remind you that if you are, Amber's here.
Hi.
I'm glad to see you. We want to just remind folks at home, if you're watching, you may be streaming us on Fox Local, as hopefully we hope that you do every day from noon until 2. We are here and we are streaming live, and we do things like this. We cover live events and we have live guests and we talk about the day's news a little bit more in depth. Today, clearly, we are simulcasting on Fox 9 as well and welcoming in our television audience because the magnitude of this story and the interest, and also there's so much going on today. Amber, what are some of the different points that we have today that we're going to be
this afternoon? Most immediately, we're talking about the state hearing happening in about 5 minutes. Amy, Paul Bloom is going to be in there, so I've been texting with him. We are not expecting Boelter to be at this hearing because he is going to be at the federal hearing happening in St. Paul. That's at 1:30. Mary McGuire is over there for that. So what else I have for you coming up here soon? Paul Gazelka is going to hop on with us in about 5 minutes. And then while that's happening, the state hearing will be happening, and I'm hoping Paul will be able to join us when we are done speaking with Gazelka and update us on what happened in that state hearing. And then we'll check in over in St. Paul and see what's going on there. We're also talking to Corin Hoggard, who had a chance to have a one-on-one with Representative Damuth. So we're hoping.
Has he had that yet? Or
he did,
he did.
And
Okay.
we actually have a bit of that sound on now. So hoping to get Corin on to talk about that and play some of that for you. He's talking with a number of lawmakers today, Amy, so kind of a little bit of juggling happening over there at the Capitol. Last I heard, he was talking with Representative Winkler as well.
Okay.
So I'll keep you posted on when Corin's online. But I was wondering if you wanted to check back in on possibly the Hoffman's GoFundMe, some of the statements, what we've heard from them, you know, their family. Does that sound?
I would love to do that. Also, yeah, let's do that. And there's plenty here
There's,
that we can move through. So you just guide me here and tell me where you want me to go next.
Yeah, Leo, can we take producer PC if you have that?
We pulling up the GoFundMe here?
Yes,
okay.
the GoFundMe here.
So this is the Support Yvette and John Hoffman's Recovery GoFundMe that has been sponsored by the Fernbrook PTO. Yvette Hoffman works at Fernbrook Elementary, which is in Maple Grove, and the community there is she's so beloved there, and they really want to support her. And we have watched this go from nothing now to over $120,000 raised, and it just continues in real time. We've been watching it to go up and up, and this is one way that they're hoping to help out the Hoffman family, as they will have a long road ahead of them in recovery. And again, we just want to remind you that Senator John Hoffman, we were told yesterday, had finished to come out of his final surgery and was recovering. We don't have much more information on how he's doing or the injuries that he sustained, other than to say that both he and his wife were shot multiple times, 7-8 times, and survived. Their daughter calling 911, we learned that yesterday from their home, that she was there as well. And Yvette Hoffman giving that statement we read just a short time ago, and the description yesterday is that she is healing. And she did post, I believe, a picture on, maybe it was Instagram yesterday, from her hospital bed, showing that she was watching some coverage of the suspect, Vance Boelter, being arrested. And so they issued a statement shortly thereafter. It's so important for everybody here to just remember the victims involved, because one of the many tragedies in all of this is that we've had to spend so much time focused on the suspect. And everybody is so interested and intrigued with how he's doing it, what his motive is, and we've just spent an inordinate amount of time talking about him. And it's been too bad that we have not been able to spend that same amount of time talking about the victims. In the coming days, we'll look for details on funerals for Mark and Melissa Hortman. Of course, there will be a lot to do in those cases, both of them touching a lot of lives, and specifically Representative Hortman in her time at the state capitol. She made Lyon State. I mean, there's just so much that needs to be sorted out here in the coming days. We wanted to definitely show you that GoFundMe as well. Yeah. Oh, we do. Okay, let's do that. Let's kind of keep rolling. And again, for those of you who are watching, this is our streaming show, and you may not be used to it. It takes a little getting used to. Frankly, it's a little looser, more fluid, and it's much more casual as well. So if you're used to seeing a more formal presentation, this is what you're kind of getting today, and we hope that we're keeping you informed and bringing you some more people who can talk about the memories of those who have lost their lives and who have been impacted here. And one of those people is former Senate Majority Leader Paul Gazelka, who I was actually in contact last night with, trying to set something up for today, not knowing yet that the suspect would be apprehended, and we both sort of texted and said, you know, hallelujah, this is the best news that we could possibly have at that moment. What a relief. Thank you for joining us.
Well, Amy, yeah, just connecting last night, and I got to watch your program, and the compassion that you guys presented, and the relief that we all feel now that he was caught. And, you know, I know he's accused. I have to be careful there, you know, that there's a fair trial. But it was a tremendous relief that just poured over my soul. And now it settles into the all grief. You know, because I will say, my own county sheriff up here said, hey, I'm sending patrol cars by your place, because we didn't know at the time that it was a completely Democrat list. And, you know, I tell people, I don't care. I mean, if somebody's crazy, I could point to this on both sides, assassination attempts of Trump or the CEO of United Health. And in this case, Melissa Hortman. It's just like, it doesn't matter. What matters is that we've got to figure out how to be more civil and create a culture that has more honor and more civility in it as we discuss our ideas and disagree and confront. And I think we can do it. It's just that it just feels like it's a mandate now. We've got to do this.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the time that you spent working with Representative Hortman, because as you're saying this, it makes me think back to that time frame and the lawmakers who were there at the time, and those leaders who were really able to work in a bipartisan way, respectfully, as reporters, as people covering the Capitol. Maybe people don't notice it at home, but we notice that kind of thing, because unfortunately it's the exception and not the rule sometimes. What was your relationship like with her professionally at the Capitol, and what did you admire about her?
Yeah, you know, people thought, how could I be, you know, a close friend of a liberal Democrat that we had very different views, and I really thought about that. How do I even answer that? But if you are familiar with the World War II Band of Brothers, they were in these intense trenches, in these intense battles, and Melissa was the leader of the House. I was the leader of the Senate. She was Democrat. I was Republican, but we had to fashion agreements through the death of George Floyd, through COVID, through the riots that followed, through the defund the police, all the different things that we had to find solutions. And it was incredibly intense. The base from one side or the other would hammer us if they felt like we were giving in too much. And so as we accomplished that, we actually did do what was right for Minnesota. It really made our friendship even stronger. So much so that after every session, even after I was gone, and during sessions, if I had an idea that I thought she should pay attention to, we would communicate and talk about it. And the very last communication I had with her was a couple days after session, maybe one, and I said, that had to have been a hard vote for you. I was talking about her and the difficult vote she had to make from her point of view. And she said, you know, we should get together for a glass of wine and I'll tell you the rest of the story. And that was it. That was the last word.
And for a lot of folks who have been watching the news or following the coverage of the Capitol, those were sort of the last of lasting memories that many people will have of her, as you may have seen. So just for context here, the vote was, she was the Democrat that had the deciding vote to remove MinCare from undocumented adults in Minnesota. And it was something that she did not want to do and made that very clear. The only way that budget was going to be settled and we could get through that session and avoid a government shutdown was for that compromise to happen. And that was the line in the sand that the Republicans drew. So just for some context, we saw her in tears afterward in one of the last interviews that we would have done with her. And had you ever seen her get emotional like that? What did that tell you?
Yeah, behind the scenes, because we had to make tough decisions. There was, after the death of George Floyd and the anti-police movement, she really was pushing for some reforms. I didn't need to do any reforms, and I didn't want to hurt our police force. And so we worked through some of the really, really tough negotiations, and she was getting tremendous pressure from part of her Democrat caucus saying we demand all of these certain things, which she didn't have the power to do. It required me to work with her, and it was very emotional during those times. But I can say that, she was I used to say she was, a pragmatic liberal, and I meant that as a compliment. I was a pragmatic conservative, but as a result of that and her pushing for what she believed was right, we were able to do some really good legislation for police reforms, public safety reforms that almost everybody supported. And so, that speaks to her tenacious ability to get things done, but it also shows that she had a heart and was trying to do the right thing from her point of view.
I wanted to ask you too about that and the policies that were important to her, the things that have been put into place that we will see here and maybe even generations from now will benefit from.
I think the police reforms that we did in 2020, I think that was the main ones were in the summer of 2020. It was so interesting because some of the people that were both Republican and Democrat, House and Senate, just wouldn't do anything. And so we rolled up our sleeves and started working on it. And in the end, we made such good progress that the people that could carry it were willing to carry it as a good piece. And I mean, I think that really spoke of how we're going to thread the needle when we have these massive riots and people are so against the police, when that was a huge mistake. I mean, our police were just trying to do the best job they can, and sometimes things don't go the way they want it to. And so it was this incredibly emotional time. And I think, to me, I felt most satisfied working on that piece of legislation with her. And in the end, we didn't take any credit for it. We gave it to the other people that were involved. And so, there's other ones, but that's one that I felt proud of, and I think she felt proud of. Other bills she might have felt proud of, and I didn't feel proud of, And so, but this was one we worked on together that I think was really important.
I don't know if you had a chance to meet her husband, Mark, ever, or spend any time with him. I'm curious if not, if you could just speak to the support role that a spouse or children or other people have in the life of somebody with such a high profile position.
Well, it absolutely is critical. And I can't tell you that I knew Mark well. I will tell you a story. When Hortman first became the leader, I'd been leader for 2 years. And prior to her coming on the scenes, I tried to lower the tone. I think I had some impact there, but that was where she was coming from too. And she was very relational. She knew that relations were important. And so she said, let's get for dinner, you and me, our spouses, but also our chiefs of staff and their spouses. So the 8 of us sat around a table, I think it was a steakhouse in Maple Grove, and just talked as human beings. And it really was valuable. And that was something that she did that made a difference. And I'll tell you, in 2019, we both traveled on a government trip to Italy, a government exchange trip. And my wife and I had arrived early, and then she came early as well. And she didn't have a ride. And we had rented a car. We were going to go all over northern Italy. And my wife said, you should ask her to come with us. We'll give her a ride. And at first she was standoffish because we weren't as close as we were now. And but she's decided to do it. And then we said, well, let's just do some touring. And it was like, this is how it should be. Think about Reagan and Democrat Tip O'Neill. They were locked heads, but in the end, they actually were good friends. And that relationship, that friendship, is what caused them to make government work for everyone. And it's the example that I hope she definitely set, and I hope I set as well.
Yeah, I just happened to look up. I noticed your book there. I think this is something that you just put out fairly recently. It actually has, I believe, Governor Walz in the title of the book. I have not read the book. I am curious if you can tell me a little bit about the tone of it. You know, what was the messaging that you wanted to try to get across? Because when you look at it, you think, wow, this is going to be brutal, right? It's got his name on it, but what was your intention?
So when I wrote the book, it was a year ago, January. It was my wife and I were down in Florida. We have a condo down there, and I just really felt impressed to write this manuscript, tell the stories of the many things that worked in government. You know, I try to treat people the way I want to be treated, and so I wrote that, finished it, and then suddenly Tim Walz is the VP candidate, and then the second half of the book, I am more confrontational against Governor Walz, just decisions he made that I just didn't think were good. Always respectful, and I still respect him today. But the people that were helping me to publish it said we want to change the title. So the title would have been "Raise the Bar, Lower the Tone: Politics with Honor." And so the first half of the book is all about that. The second half of the book is more the difficulty in confronting a governor you disagree with. But I do think there's a lot of lessons in there that people could maybe listen to now. And I speak very positively about Melissa Hortman in the book. I acknowledge the role she played in Minnesota government, and that it really made a difference for how things got done in Minnesota.
How important is it for everyone not to normalize this particular situation with this suspect and what he's accused of doing here?
So how do we get to a cool down period? Because you have a CEO of United Health murdered just because he's a CEO of a health insurance company. You have a president attempted assassination on the candidate Trump twice, and you have this action, which could have been way, way worse, all in the last 12 months. And so I really think about this. I hope people of faith really take this to prayer. How do we make a difference? How do we engage in the people around us? You know, and I'm on X quite a bit, and I really try when I'm confronting to just speak the truth. And if I see somebody way out of line, I mean, somebody on one of my tweets said, I hate Walz. And I said, hate is not the answer. And I talked about what love is the answer. And you can confront and still be loving, still be compassionate. But if you hate and you allow all the emotions around that to wrap you up, you can be directed into some really dark places, as we've seen. And so, you know, that's what I want my message to be going forward. I'm not in office anymore. I put out a scripture, you know, just, you know, I want to be a peacemaker. You know, blessed are the peacemaker; they shall be called the sons of God. And if we can figure out how to do more of that, others, I saw one of the other congressmen talked about, you know, better angels, that we need to lean into the better part of us. And, you know, that was a Democrat. I don't know if he wants to be named, so I won't. But we need more of that, and a lot more of that.
Former Senate Majority Leader Paul Gazelka, we really appreciate your time. Our condolences. This is so difficult for so many people, and we really appreciate you wanting to honor her memory today by telling us your personal experiences with Representative Melissa Hortman.
One more story, if I can.
Oh, please, yes.
You know, this is so interesting. So we had, and I can't remember for sure which moment this was, but it's either after we got the public safety bill done or the budget the next year, which was so, they're always hard, right? And you always got to give a little more than you want to give. And she was stuck. And she said, can you at least do this one thing? Otherwise I can't get it out of my side. And so I made a decision to do it. I don't even know what it was, but at the very, very end, we're wrapping it up in the Senate, and all of a sudden she comes over and she gives me this great big hug, just thanking me and basically saying, I don't really care if people see that I'm hugging you and I appreciate you, and so, that's the thing. We build friendships on both sides of the aisle, and if we don't, you better start doing that. And then if somebody's doing something right, don't be afraid to say it. Our public needs to see that. We correct each other all the time, but there's a lot of things happening that are good that we should start talking more about.
Yeah, it seems like she would want that. Everything you just talked about, that's what she would want. Thank you again. Really appreciate the insight and your time to share those memories.
Thanks, Amy.
All right, take care. Okay, I think we're coming up on the federal hearing that's going to be happening here. It's a first appearance hearing in St. Paul. Do we have that shot ready to go? There it is. So this is the shot where we are expecting now. I don't believe we're not going to see anyone. I don't believe, right, Amber? I don't think this is the case where we can. I know he'll.
I do not believe we're going to be able to see anybody.
I don't think so.
Mary's inside right now, but yeah, okay. I don't think we can see. We often can't have video or cameras inside federal court. Yeah. We do have a sketch artist in the courtroom. So I've got an eye on our inbox for when those start rolling in. Okay. This hearing happening in about 15 minutes now.
All right, so camera crews outside right now anticipating that perhaps we'll see some sort of a motorcade move in there, security detail bringing him to the courthouse if he's not there already. He is in the custody of federal marshals right now, and by he, I'm talking about Vance Boelter, the suspect in 2 murders and 2 attempted murders in the early morning hours of Saturday. There's been a lot that has happened since then. This started around 2 o'clock in the morning. First site was Champlin, and then it ended in Green Isle near the farmhouse where Vance Boelter had a farmhouse, and we understand lived at least part of the time because he also rented a home in Minneapolis. So there's a lot to sort through here. The most important things is that he is in custody. No one else was harmed. No law enforcement, nobody in the public. Our communities were kept safe. There were so many people who were on edge over the course of the last couple of days. And also, we need to be honoring the victims here, the 2 who have died and the 2 who have survived and have a long road ahead of them as well, and make sure that we're supporting them and honoring them in every possible way that we can. All right, let's check in now while we're waiting to see what happens in federal court. Let's check in with our Corin Hoggard, who is at he's back at the Capitol. I recognize the backdrop there, Corin. It's, wow, I don't even know. You and I talk just about every day during the session, and you'd come on here and we'd have a live back and forth and we'd talk about what was going on, and oftentimes we, on All Day Live, have the opportunity to take press conferences, impromptu, in their entirety. So we get to see you as reporters asking the questions, and oftentimes it would be with Speaker Emerita Melissa Hortman or GOP Speaker of the House Lisa Damuth, and they'd pop out, and we'd get to see the interactions between them because we were live and we were taking the whole thing, that wider shot. This is something that you've had a chance to see with your own eyes over the course of your few years at the Capitol. Before we kind of get into, what we're going to talk about here, I would just love to hear your thoughts on who Melissa Hortman was as a representative of our state.
Fierce leader. I'll tell you honestly, like, coming here to the Capitol is a totally different experience today. There is, quite a bit more security around. The chamber of the House is the doors are open, but the chamber is closed. And I sent a picture earlier that just kind of shows what's inside the chamber, and I don't know how well you can see that.
We may have it to pop up in a graphic too, guys. Okay, yeah, Amber does have it. Can we pop that up and show? Thank you, Corin. Explain to us. I think we're going to put it up here on the screen so everybody can see it full screen. Explain to us here what we're seeing.
Yeah, that first desk, when you go inside the chamber on the left-hand side, was Melissa Hortman's desk. And you can see they set up a memorial there Saturday night. And it's stunning. I mean, just walking up there and seeing the doors closed, and the one face you can see is Melissa's. And yeah, that was early there. You see they started bringing the memorial inside because of weather. The ones that were set up outside, they had to set up tables here because you can't put, vases and flowers on the marble ground here. It's such a beautiful facility, but you cannot do that to avoid damaging the marble. But that's the tribute that was set up to Melissa Hortman. I could talk about her quite a bit from my experience, but I've been talking to everybody else who's got even more experience with her than I do. And I talked to Speaker Elisa Damon just a little while ago, and she's got the utmost respect, had the utmost respect for her counterpart there in the Democratic Party. I think I'll get back to that in just a second, but let me get to the start. Ken Martin, I talked to him. He's the chair of the DNC, the National Democratic Committee. He was here in Minnesota. He worked alongside Melissa for 20 plus years. She had 2 failed campaigns and was ready to get out of politics. And Ken had a long conversation with her on a drive back from Iowa, where they were campaigning for John Kerry, and convinced her to stay in the game. And that led to her 3rd campaign, which is the one where she got elected. He's got a lot of stories about her. I mean, the things that I think I want people to know from these stories I'm hearing is just kind of personal stuff. She loved to bake. She's a cross-country skier. She loved doing that at the first dusting of snow. She trained golden retrievers to be service animals. And this guy who shot and killed them killed their service animal too, and a lot of people are pretty disgusted by that. But I was told that Melissa would be more than anybody upset about that. She was a fierce leader, though. Like Ryan Winkler, I just got off the Zoom with him. He was the guy who came into the legislature when she became Speaker of the House in 2019. He was her number 2. He was her House Majority Leader, and she had basically recruited him to get back in. And he said, she wasn't necessarily just destined to be a leader, but she was confident in herself and her abilities and her instincts. And that led to a point where she, because she didn't have a fragile ego, she could go in and kind of be ready to lose, be ready to win, be ready to do anything, but also, just being the smart politician she was on the phone with everybody, knocking on all the doors, making sure she knew the candidates, what they really wanted, because even among the Democratic Party, this is not a monolith. People have different goals, and she was the one person to make sure she knew what everybody's goals were and tried to get to the point where they got as much of their desires handled as possible. And then again, I spoke to Speaker of the House Lisa Damon, her counterpart here, and she said, she's the only speaker I've ever known of. And agreed with Pat Garofalo, his assessment that she was the most consequential speaker in the history of Minnesota. 94 different legislative sessions. She was speaker for 3 of them and speaker emerita for 1, and the most consequential. And a lot of that is for what she managed to do in 2023 with the trifecta. She had gone through a trifecta previously in 2013 and 14, and Ryan Winkler says she learned lessons from that, which basically were, just thinking about this is a little hard, but don't let any time slip by. Anytime you have a chance to do something, you have to get it done. And as Ryan said, that was pretty poignant given that, the limited time that she had here based on a violent act taking her out instead of, just the natural course of life, and losing her position that way. And it seemed more important that she, went for everything when she finally did get in that position. But Speaker Damon, I'll let her speak about this. Just setting it up. She just had the utmost respect for Melissa Hortman's abilities as a legislator, as a leader, and as her counterpart. And I think we have some sound from her.
Watching her lead was impressive to me. Even though politically and on a number of different topics we didn't agree, but just the command of her role as speaker was very impressive. When I think of, even though we didn't agree politically on so much, I remember watching her lead through 23 and how she kept her caucus together on even some really hard votes. And I said to her at one point in time, I said, when we are really old and this place is way in the distant past, I want to sit down and leader to leader, I want to figure out how you did this.
Wow.
And of course, she will never get that opportunity now.
Wow.
She will never. Leader Damath was also, or Speaker Damath was also very attuned to Melissa Hortman's, cleverness and her cunning nature, because, they were on the opposite aisles. And she related a very politically clever move that Melissa Hortman made early in this session when the Democrats had, still not shown up here for those first 23 days. And there were, a lot of that was simply politics. And whatever we heard from them was just positioning. And Melissa Hortman at one point told all of us in the press that her Republican counterparts hadn't shown up that day for any meetings. And Speaker Damath texted her, like, we weren't supposed to have any meetings today. And Melissa was like, well. It was just kind of a, turn phrase. She wasn't lying about them, not showing up for meetings, but they weren't showing up for meetings because none were planned.
Yes. And also, Corin, that reminds me of what you've talked about as far as her sense of humor as well. Cunning, sharp wit, but also not taking herself so seriously.
No, and everybody I talked to about her at all mentions her sense of humor. And she wasn't like a comedian where she has like canned lines or anything like that. She's somebody who just kind of off the top of her head is kind of funny. We mentioned in the coverage Saturday about at the end of session saying that she couldn't get the whole House to vote on things because she couldn't waterboard them, and then trying to dial that back by saying, well, I couldn't give them all colonoscopies. But Ryan Winkler mentioned something when they were talking about 2019 negotiations, and there was a Republican Senate that they were going through, and Paul Gazelka was over there. And when they refer to the House refers to the Senate as the other body, and the Senate refers to the House as the other body. And she said something along the lines of, I'll take as much control of Senator Gazelka's body as he'll allow me to.
Oh my goodness.
Maybe a little out of context, doesn't sound the same.
No,
but
we get it.
She's humorous like that.
Yeah, and we just spoke with him. I don't know if you know that. He was just on, and he shared a lot of great memories. And while they weren't as close at that time, they had that kind of working relationship where they understood each other's sort of sense of humor and their tactics to communicate. I also want to ask you a little bit, if I could. I don't know if you're needing to scoot here for anything, Corin, but just I also want to talk about the other victim here as far as the lawmaker goes, who is John Hoffman, who is out of his final surgery, as we learned yesterday, and is recovering. We don't know the extent of any injuries here, but also to a person, and we've talked to hundreds of people in the last 3 days about these two people. To a person, everyone described him as kind, teddy bear type, just joyful, positive. What have your interactions with Senator John Hoffman been like?
Yeah, that fits perfectly. I might even call him the class clown over here. He's probably the funniest legislator I've met over here. We definitely have some great talks, about stories that we've done. I think I mentioned earlier the wake surfing on the Mississippi that he wanted to ban, and I thought that was going to be hilarious. And it turned out, yeah, he thought it was funny, but also he thought it was a serious issue because of erosion along the shoreline. But also he was, the chair of the Human Services Committee in the Senate, and that's a very serious position. He was very capable of turning on the seriousness. And during the time between the regular session and the special session, during my little strolls around the Capitol, he was usually one of the people I would try to find so that I could learn what was going on in the Human Services bill, and he never failed to keep me up to date on that. And he was very serious about that, and for good reason. In large measure, that's one of his biggest pet projects, is making sure that disability services got their fair share, and that was part of the battle in the Human Services bill, was to make sure that happened. And so he was adamant about taking care of folks with disabilities. So
yeah, wish the very best for Senator Hoffman and his wife Yvette, who are both recovering now. I'm wondering, Corin, if any of the lawmakers that you've talked to in the last couple of days have talked about, given what's happened, is this worth it? Should we be reconsidering things? I mean, not just them, but their family has to be so concerned as well.
Yeah, that's something I heard a lot on Saturday. I think in the thick of it, I got several messages from folks who were too scared to talk on air, who I was trying to funnel to our airwaves to talk about their situation. Many of them said they were too scared to talk. At least a few said at the time, is this job worth it? I'm wondering if it is. Honestly, like off camera, I just was talking to Speaker Dameth, and she said, if you'd asked me on Saturday, I might have had a similar reaction. Today, she was adamant that they have to keep going, and that the best thing for them to do to honor Melissa Hortman and Mark Hortman and the Hoffmans, and just to keep people from thinking that they can win by doing something like this, is to keep pushing forward. And I think that if I checked in with some of the folks, I think Senator Erin May Quaid is going to talk to you guys here shortly.
She's coming on in just a minute. Thank you for coordinating that. Yeah, we'll be talking with her in just a minute as well. And so my final question to you is just, have they talked about how things might change from here, whether logistically on security side of things, and also in tone, rhetoric, that kind of thing?
The fun thing about Minnesota's Capitol is that the rhetoric here is rarely too heated. And I don't know that they need to think about that too much. However, when it comes to security concerns, there's a 4-member committee, 2 in the House, 2 in the Senate, 1 from each party, from each body. And they just put out a statement saying that, they are thinking about things that they may need to change. They are not giving details at this point, just out of an abundance of caution.
Of course.
But, I could see a difference today walking the hallways. A lot of times I'm all alone, but today I saw, sniffing dogs. I saw a lot more Capitol Patrol security officers than I usually see.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're definitely stepping that up here today, at least, and who knows what they'll do going forward to make sure these legislators stay safe, which they deserve to stay.
Where can we see the interview with GOP Senate Majority, House Majority, sorry, Corin, so many different facts to keep straight here. House Majority Leader Lisa Dameth?
We'll have I think we can feed the whole Speaker of the House, Lisa Dameth, story up onto YouTube. I'll talk to our folks about that, but we are going to have a hodgepodge of people talking about her for stories at 5 and 6 tonight as well. So you'll hear parts of that at 5 and 6, and hopefully we can get the entire interview on YouTube.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thanks for keeping us in the loop all weekend long as well. I know it was really tough to have to call contacts and try to facilitate things. You're going through things. They're clearly going through things, but it's nice to be able to to talk a little bit more about the victims here today, now that we have the suspect apprehended. And that's what we want to try to focus as much as we can on. So thank you for that. Appreciate it.
I'll just say that my parents in Utah called to compliment me, but They wanted me to tell Amy Hawker that she did a wonderful job, and they really appreciated what she was doing. So
thank you for saying that. That's
Amy.
very kind. Thank you. Thanks, Corn. We appreciate you. It's tricky when you've met these folks and they're human to you as well. So Corn has done an amazing job covering this. So let's. Do you want to go right to the interview? Do we have the senator? Not quite yet. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's do that. Okay, let's take that live look in St. Paul right now, if we would, at the federal courthouse. Law enforcement, I believe Amber said they're starting to arrive, at least some of them arriving here. As we take a look at that, I'm just gonna get logged back in here, guys. Hang on one second. Let me get caught up here. If you are watching us right now, you are either watching us on Fox Local, which is our streaming platform, and maybe that's where you see us during the day from noon until 2. We're taking a look at a live look at the courthouse in St. Paul, where they are going to be. We're going to be having the hearing, the first appearance for the suspect in these cases, Vance Boelter. And right now, law enforcement is arriving, obviously, at some sort of a dog that's going to bomb sniffing dog, one of those canines there to add to the security. Hang on one second here. Let me get my wheels on. So I was saying that you may be watching us on Fox Local, which is our streaming platform, every day from noon until 2. This is where we are. And you can find us, and we have live events, live interviews, try to take the news and spread it out a little bit, slow it down for folks. In today's case, we wanted to also simulcast on Fox 9 because of the magnitude of everything that's been going on. And we wanted to also bring you the very latest in real time because there are so many live events as they pertain to this story that we've all been following for the last several days here. So hang on one second. There's a court hearing that's going to be starting at about 1:30, which we will not have cameras in there for, but our Mary McGuire is there and she'll be able to talk to us about that hearing. But the federal case and the state case are running parallel. They'll go one at a time. As we continue to sort of watch here, you can see the reporters gathered as the canine does its work. And the federal case, we're told, is going to move forward first. So there was the state hearing today, Amber, is that correct? But Vance Boelter was not there.
Yes, state hearing today at 1 o'clock. Paul Bloom was there. I'm texting with him to see if he can pop on soon. And then federal hearing, this is in St. Paul right now.
Okay, well, I'll let you keep working there. Thank you, Amber. So what I'll do right now, if it's okay with everybody in the booth, I think I'll just go through some of the information from the federal affidavit. Is that where you want me to kind of go right now?
Senator may quit on, but Ian needs to do a cut-in because there are some severe storms happening.
Okay. Do we want to do that right now?
Let me see if he's ready.
We're waiting to see if Ian.
Are you ready whenever?
Ian,
okay.
Go ahead. Chief Meteorologist Ian Leonard getting in place here because we are also talking about some severe weather that looks like it may be moving into the area, so he wants to pop in here as well.
Hi, everybody. From the Fox 9 Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Ian Leonard. Obviously, plenty going on news-wise. There's going to be plenty going on weather-wise here over the next 5 or 6 hours. And to that note, a special weather statement here, and it's for a large block of some counties just off to the west-northwest of the metro, Hennepin, Mille Lacs, Sherburne, and Wright. That is in place for another 25 minutes, fully until 2 p.m. Now look at the shape of the box and look at the line of the cell here. This is really talking about the possibility of straight line winds and large hail. Winds at 60 to 70 miles per hour. The large hail is right there in parts of Wright County. See where we're bright purple, almost magenta color with that special weather statement. That came through earlier. There's the line right now. And as you look at it, it is a large area. I'll give you that. There are still winds in excess of 60 plus. They're right approaching Buffalo. That is the massive hail core. Could see hail in excess of 2 inches in size. That is the special weather statement in place until 2 p.m. And folks are saying, well, what's this going to be like later on today? Here's what I will tell you. The more sunshine we get as this wave passes, the stronger the possibility of severe storms as we head through 5, 6, and 7 p.m. tonight. So there is a caveat there. Sunshine, differential heating, meteorology nerds will know what I'm talking about. Sunshine after this wave means a pretty good shot at some strong and even severe weather as we head through the dinner hour. There's a quick update. I'm going to get you back to Amy and Corn and everything that's going on in the news world. Of course, we're streaming. It is live, and as things change this afternoon, I will change and break into programming. But for now, I'm Chief Meteorologist Ian Leonard. Let's get you back to Amy Hockert and All Day. And remember to stay sky aware all day.
Yeah, Ian, we know you'll be right there, and we will come to you as soon as you have more information for us. We're absolutely wanting to keep track of the weather situation as well. So we are continuing our coverage here. Again, we know people are coming in at different times, so we stream all day live on Fox Local from noon until 2 weekdays. And right now we are simulcasting on Fox 9, and we're so glad that you're with us. If you're seeing us for the first time, this is what we do. It's a much more casual style. We have live interviews, live guests, and we really try to slow down the news of the day and pull things apart to give you context and just let you know what's going on that may be impactful for you. We do our best, and so we today have been focusing a lot on all of the developments that have been happening over the course of the last 3 days since early Saturday morning. It's been like a fire hose, frankly. It's been incredible, the amount of information from the initial murders, attempted murders that happened. We learned today that it wasn't just 2 lawmakers' homes who were targeted, it was 4. There were a lot of details around that, and we'll be playing a clip from federal authorities who spoke about an hour and a half ago and really laid out, frankly, I was shocked at the amount of detail that we learned about what happened at the different homes, what was found in the suspect's vehicle, Vance Boelter, how they tracked him down. It's phenomenal. The law enforcement effort here and the coordination has been phenomenal. That no additional lives were lost is an absolute blessing and miracle, and we're so grateful for all the law enforcement that helped keep our communities safe and that they were safe as well in this process. So we're just taking a look at the federal courthouse, and this may or may not, we're not really sure. I don't want to speculate, but there are a bunch of people taking photos of vehicles here. We do expect, if he's not already there, the arrival of the suspect in this case, Vance Boelter, who's been charged now both in the state and with federal charges as well. It seems to be sort of a caravan of police vehicles, law enforcement vehicles coming through as we're awaiting a 1:30 scheduled hearing. So it's possible that he's in there. Have we heard from Mary yet? Because I believe Mary McGuire is in there. And so has it, okay. We're not able to communicate with Mary. That makes sense because she's actually in the courtroom. So not aware if this hearing has actually started yet, but this is a first appearance. This is not indictment, anything like that. There are federal charges again, and there are state charges. And so right now the focus is on the federal because that's what's going to move forward first. Interesting to note, along with these federal charges, not on the state side, but on the federal side, the death penalty is on the table here as a consequence of one of these sets of charges. So we can continue to sort of watch this. We will, I don't know that they'll, they do back into that parking lot and they do have him come out, I don't know that we'll be able to see anything. It's very possible that they're going to go underground into the garage as well, or see the cameras and go to a different entrance. This, I believe, is the back. Yeah, this is the back of that federal courthouse. Go ahead, Amber. Okay. All right. Amber's letting me know that Governor Tim Walz has just put this on social media on X, and this is a photograph of the governor and his wife Gwen as he says, "Thank you, Madam Speaker." Speaker Emerita Melissa Hortman. Speaker Emerita, by the way, I know people may not understand what that is if you don't follow politics. I do, and I still didn't quite understand it because we have a very unique situation in the legislature this year. But there was sort of a who's going to be Speaker of the House because of the way the elections lined up and some other circumstances. And so the agreement was that the GOP leader, Lisa Dameth, was going to be the Speaker of the House, and that Melissa Hortman would be the Speaker Emerita, sort of a shared role. So if you hear that term, that's what that is. but this is a poignant photo of the two of them taking a moment to remember their friend and professional colleague, of course, Representative Hortman, at that growing memorial, which has now been moved inside. Last night we were taking some live images of it, and it was outside, and as you can see outside, depending upon where you are, it's been raining quite a bit, and they wanted to protect the integrity of the things that people took the time to stop by and share. A lot of messages, flowers, candles. You can see the photo there of Melissa Hortman, her husband Mark Hortman as well. As folks are remembering today. We are working on getting, we do, okay, great. We have been having a lot of great conversations today with folks who wanted to share their experiences and memories of Representative Melissa Hortman, and joining us now is DFL State Senator Erin May Quaid. Thank you so much for your time, and our condolences to you.
Thank you. It's kind of unfathomable. It hits in waves. Thank you.
Yeah. Can you tell us a little bit about your experiences? How long have you known Representative Hortman? What have your experiences been like working with her, and then also, personally?
Yeah. So I've known her, personally, since 2015, 16, when I ran for State House. She was my leader when I was in the House. And she was brilliant and funny and no bullshitter, which I loved. And she was this quiet super achiever, is maybe some way I would describe her. I remember asking my wife, really early on in legislative session in 2017, I was like, do I have to be this accomplished to be here? Because she was just so brilliant and accomplished. But she was so supportive to us new legislators, making sure we got our feet underneath us, that we knew what we were doing. She assigned us mentors. She took time to learn about what we cared about, and helped us find our niche. I had replaced her on a committee, and so she was like, here's all the people you need to know in this issue area, as she was going into more of the leadership role. And I just it's just still really unfathomable that she's gone. Yeah.
Can you, if you wouldn't mind, Saturday morning, I'm curious sort of how you found out, what you were feeling, and then of course yourself being someone who is in this type of position. Tell us how you were feeling at that time.
It was terrifying to wake up to a lot of calls from folks. Your colleague John Hoffman, his wife, had been shot. The speaker is dead. Speaker Emerita is dead. And he's still at large. And there's a list of lawmakers, Democratic lawmakers. And, I ran and I got my baby and I hid in the closet. And my wife started saying we need to leave. And I looked up at her and I just said, how did we not have a plan for this? And, we went into hiding. We evacuated our house. We went into hiding. And just all weekend we're inside, blinds closed, hiding, in communication with the Apple Valley Police Department. I'm so grateful for their communication, but it just felt really, really scary to know that there was a hit list of Democratic lawmakers, and a person who had that list was not found. And then to not know, were there others, maybe he committed the violence alone, but were there other people that helped do the surveillance, create the list? It just, the unknowables, you're just terrified.
Yeah, and along those lines, he obviously is captured. He's a suspect in this case. Do you think about some of the extremist groups that we know exist, and what kinds of things have you thought about as far as safety, or have you had to go down those roads very, very far?
So, my other job, we're a part-time legislature, and we all have other jobs. I'm a reproductive health rights and justice advocate, so the anti-abortion extremist movement is not unfamiliar to me, and I actually made a video about the inflammatory rhetoric of that movement, how it inspires extremists to do violent things. But personal, I'm just a suburban mom. I don't think about a security apparatus the way, I'm going to have to. This is definitely an inflection point, and it's going to change the way that we all live our lives. It's just terrifying, and to know that this kind of like domestic terrorism was brought in our state, I think there's just going to be a before and after.
Yeah. And one thing I've heard from a lot of the lawmakers that we've been talking to over the course of the last few days is the importance of separating, not normalizing this, separating what happened here with people who are, the rhetoric, and that exists as well. But I guess I'm curious what your thoughts are on going forward as far as tone, rhetoric, that kind of thing. What are your thoughts on what needs to happen?
I can share with you like an experience that I had yesterday before the suspect was caught, before I got the call saying like we got him. Trump was tweeting out like Democrats are sick in the head and they hate our country. Republican Senator Mike Lee was tweeting out like horrible things, and I appreciate members on both sides of the aisle in Minnesota really calling him to task over that. But like in that moment, I think it brought it back from being like, oh, that's just something that someone says, that was like, okay, someone's spouting off again, to like, oh no, that like people do things because of what people say. And it just felt very like intensified that even if this one suspect is caught, like, did he inspire more? Did releasing the hit list online, which I think was very irresponsible, like do the legwork for somebody else. A lot of times extremists like this commit violence alone, but they're often very networked and are radicalized in a place, and I worry about that. Yeah.
We just spoke with former Senate Majority Leader Paul Gazelka, who in his social media posts, Republican, in the course of the last couple of days, has called on everyone on both sides to call out people in their own party who are raising the temperature. Is that something that you would support as well?
Absolutely, and I think in this particular instance, that would be my ask of my Republican colleagues is like right now, there's an active right-wing misinformation campaign to kind of downplay or excuse or lie about like the full facts here, and it's not helpful. And to take that on because there are going to be more trusted voices on the right than people like me. But I do think it's going to be really important to tone down the rhetoric and specifically like the kind of rhetoric that its natural conclusion is, of course, something violent should happen to those people. Like it's okay to say things that are factual. It's okay to tell the truth. But what it's not okay is to ascribe things like Democrats hate our country or are sick in the head, right? Like the logical conclusion with statements like that are not good things, and they're not neutral things, right? It's okay to rail against policy, but we all do that. But we have to really be careful about how we talk about each other as people and not dehumanize one another.
Yeah, just from talking to people on both sides of the aisle, and also just constituents and people, that Americans, I think, are tired of that. Most Americans are really tired of that and really are looking for that change. And a lot of the lawmakers we've been speaking with say maybe this can be part of Representative Hortman's legacy, is that we can all be more kind to each other. Can you just kind of leave us with either a favorite memory of her, or a way that she mentored you, or something that you feel like we should know about her?
Yeah, I've been thinking about a lot of random stories. The one that I remember, we were at a conference. She had just been elected leader, and she had been a great leader in the climate change space and had done a lot of work legislatively on climate policy. And moving in as minority leader at the time, she wasn't going to have time to do that. And so she came up to me and she said, okay, you're going to be on the committee, you're going to take over this legislation, and then you're also going to go to this retreat to learn more about it. It's in December, I'll have someone send you the information. And I was like, okay. It wasn't a question. It was like, this is what you're doing now, and I'm very glad you're doing it. And she made a lot of time for me to ask questions, and like get more detail, or say who would I need to contact about this. But I remember when I got my first like Sierra Club Legislator of the Year award, I said like, this is really Melissa Hortman's award. Like everything I've learned was from her, and I'm on the committee because of her. But it was just so like, we got stuff to do. We're not going to have a whole conversation about, do you want to do it? Like, you're doing this. Here we go. And that was very, very her. She was just like, so to be so smart, so funny, compassionate, and such like an accomplisher at the same time. Like, you just don't find that that often. And she loved Gilbert. I saw more pictures of that dog on Facebook than, you know, sometimes of her kids. You know, I used to tease her about it. I was like, how's Gilbert? Haven't seen him in 24 hours.
Wow.
So it just is, I don't know how her kids and like her family, I don't know how any of us go on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We really, really appreciate you taking the time. This is such a hard time for all of you, and as you said, it comes in waves, and at one moment you think I can do this interview, and 2 minutes later you might be thinking I can't do this. So thank you for coming on and honoring her memory and sharing these thoughts and helping those of us who didn't know her as well understand who she was as a person, first and foremost, and then also the incredible things she's done. She's been called by many as the most consequential leader that we've had, in the history of the legislature here in Minnesota. And I just think you hear that enough, and you start to believe that, yeah, that's got to be true. So, thank you. Thanks. We appreciate it, Senator. Senator Erin McQuaid joining us here, one of many who wanted to come on and just share some of their thoughts today as we continue to cover these developments that are just when you kind of think we've reached one point and okay, we've got this information. I don't think we're going to get much more. The door opens up and we just get a ton more information. So today it was the federal affidavit that was opened up, and we were able to see a lot more detail. Specifically, the thing that stood out right away off the top was that it wasn't just 2 lawmakers whose homes were targeted in this plot. It was 4, and by different circumstances, one was not home, and so we're just we're grateful that it has turned out with no other additional loss of life here. Do we want to play, or are we? What do you think, Amber? Do you want to? Okay. Do you want to wrap this hour? Because are we going to wrap on? Gotcha. Okay, we're going to play. How long is this about? Just a couple of minutes? Okay. All right, let's play some sound from the federal authorities who were rolling out some of the information from the affidavit that I was just talking about here, as we were learning some more shocking, chilling details about the plot here and how it was rolled out. Let's listen in.
Good morning. My name is Joe Thompson, and I'm the acting United States Attorney for the District of Minnesota. Late last night, the U.S. Attorney's Office filed a complaint bringing an array of federal charges against Vance Boelter for his horrific attack on our state and our elected representatives. Political assassinations are rare. They strike at the very core of our democracy. But the details of Boelter's crime are even worse. They are truly chilling. It is no exaggeration to say that his crimes are the stuff of nightmares. Boelter stalked his victims like prey. He went to their homes, held them out as a police officer, and shot them in cold blood. Now, there's been a lot of information and misinformation out there about Boelter's crimes. We have filed a detailed 20-page complaint and affidavit that sets forth what happened in this case. I'd like to share some of that information with you now. In the early morning hours of June 14th, Boelter went to the homes of 4 Minnesota State politicians with the intent to kill them. Boelter first traveled to the home of Minnesota State Senator John Hoffman in Champlin, Minnesota. Boelter arrived at the senator's home disguised as a police officer. He arrived in a black SUV with emergency lights turned on and with a license plate that read police. Boelter wore a black tactical vest and body armor. He carried a flashlight and a Beretta 9mm handgun. He also wore a hyper-realistic silicone mask. Senator Hoffman had a security camera. I've seen the footage from that camera, and it is chilling. Boelter knocked on Senator Hoffman's front door and repeatedly shouted, "This is the police, open the door." Senator Hoffman and his wife, Yvette, came to the door. When they opened the door, Boelter shined the flashlight in their faces and said there had been a shooting reported in the house. Boelter asked if they had any weapons. When Boelter lowered his flashlight, which he had shined in their face, they realized that he was not a police officer. They shouted out, "You're not a cop. You're not a police officer." Boelter then announced, "This is a robbery," and forced himself into their home. When Senator Hoffman attempted to push Boelter out and stop him from entering his home, Boelter shot him repeatedly. Boelter then shot Miss Hoffman repeatedly. Boelter fled the scene, and the Hoffman's daughter called 911. Unfortunately, the Hoffmans survived, although they remain hospitalized. After shooting Senator Hoffman and his wife, Boelter traveled to the home of another Minnesota state representative in Maple Grove, Minnesota. Video surveillance showed that Boelter rang the doorbell at the state representative's house at approximately 2:24 a.m. on Friday night. Again, he was dressed as a law enforcement officer, wearing a tactical vest and body armor, carrying a handgun and a flashlight, and wearing that same hyper-realistic silicone mask. Again, the images, as you can see on the screen, are haunting. Now, fortunately, the state representative was not home. She and her family were gone on vacation, and so Boelter left. Boelter then traveled to the home of a Minnesota state senator who lived in New Hope, Minnesota. He parked in the street in that same black SUV with the police license plate. At about 2:36 a.m. on Friday night, after learning of the shooting of Senator Hoffman, New Hope police dispatched an officer to conduct a wellness check on the state senator who lived in New Hope. When the New Hope officer arrived at the scene, she saw Boelter's black SUV parked down the block with the lights on. The New Hope police officer believed that Boelter was a police officer who had been dispatched to the scene to check on the status of the state senator. The New Hope police officer pulled up next to Boelter in his car, rolled down her window, and attempted to speak with him. Boelter did not respond. According to the officer, he just sat there and stared straight ahead. So the New Hope police officer, who had been dispatched to the scene, proceeded to the state senator's home, and she waited for other law enforcement to arrive. When they did, by the time they did, Boelter had left the scene. Boelter then traveled to Brooklyn Park, Minnesota, in the home of Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman. At approximately 3:30 a.m., Boelter arrived at Representative Hortman's house in his black SUV with the police license plates. He parked in the driveway and left the emergency lights on his SUV flashing, as if he was a police officer. Boelter approached Representative Hortman's home, again dressed as a police officer, wearing the tactical vest and body armor, and wearing that hyper-realistic mask. He was armed and carrying a flashlight. Before he entered the home, 2 Brooklyn Park police officers arrived at the scene. They too had been dispatched to check on Representative Hortman after learning of the shooting of Senator Hoffman. When they arrived at the scene, they saw Boelter's black SUV parked in the driveway with the emergency lights flashing, and they saw Boelter standing in front of the house several feet from the door. When Boelter saw the officers get out of the car, he drew his weapon and began firing. He rushed into the house through the front door, firing into it. He repeatedly fired into the house, and when he entered, he murdered Representative Hortman and her husband, Mark. The Brooklyn Park police officers fired at Boelter as he rushed into the home, but he escaped into the home and out the back. Officers recovered Boelter's 9mm Beretta, along with the body armor and the mask, behind the home along his path of flight when he fled on foot. They later searched Boelter's car, where they found 5 more firearms, including assault-style rifles and a large quantity of ammunition. Boelter also had in his car notebooks containing a list of more than 45 Minnesota state and federal elected officials, including Representative Hortman. Now, Boelter planned his attack carefully. He researched his victims and their families. He used the internet and other tools to find their addresses and names, the names of their family members. He conducted surveillance of their homes and took notes about the location of their homes. He also prepared in other ways. He concealed himself as a police officer, outfitting his black SUV with police lights and a police license plate, wearing a black tactical vest and body armor, carrying a police flashlight and a handgun. And of course he wore that hyper-realistic silicone mask as seen on the surveillance videos. The video of his arrival and shooting of Senator Hoffman is truly chilling. Again, it's no exaggeration to say this is the stuff of nightmares. There's a photo of the firearms found in Boelter's abandoned SUV. Based on these crimes, we brought a federal complaint charging Boelter with an array of federal charges. Counts 1 and 2 charge him with stalking. Count 1 charges him with stalking Representative Melissa Hortman using interstate facilities, and that's Title 18, United States Code 2261. The statutory penalties there are life in prison. Count 2, similarly, charges him with stalking State Senator John Hoffman using interstate facilities. The maximum penalty of that count is 20 years in prison. Counts 3 and 4 charge Boelter with the murder of Melissa and of the Hortmans using a firearm in violation of 18 U.S.C. 924J. And these are punishable by a term of life imprisonment or even death. And counts 5 and 6 charge him with shooting the Hortmans and the Hoffmans using a firearm, and both of those counts also carry a maximum sentence of life in prison. Now, before I finish my remarks, I want to say a little bit about law enforcement and the manhunt that we've heard about the last 2 days. Over the past 48 hours, federal, state, and local law enforcement from throughout the state of Minnesota have worked together to carry out the largest manhunt in Minnesota history. Now, a lot has been said about law enforcement in recent weeks, but make no mistake, the men and women of our federal, state, and local law enforcement put their lives at risk and on the line to keep Minnesota safe. They work tirelessly, day and night, to make sure that the tragic events of Friday night ended without further violence or bloodshed. We owe them all a debt of gratitude, and they will forever have my respect and admiration.
All right, listening there to a press conference that just happened a couple of hours ago where federal authorities laid out a lot more details in their affidavit of what went down on Saturday morning. We are going to say goodbye to our Fox 9 viewers at this point and send you back to your scheduled programming. Thank you for being with us here. If you want to continue to watch this live streaming coverage, you can do so on your Fox local app. You can stream it on your television or on your phone, fox9.com as well. So we'll let you go back to programming and we'll continue our coverage on Fox Local. Okay, Amber has let me know that we are off our linear. Okay, so we're waiting for Mary McGuire to get set up here. She just got out of the courtroom where Vance Boelter had his first appearance in federal court. She's going to tell us about that. While we're waiting for her to get set up, though, Amber, I think you wanted to run through some of these photos from the affidavit, and this is really giving us a first look for, I think, all of us today at some of the things that they found, some of the evidence, and the other relevant photos here in the process of trying to track this down. A 43-hour manhunt, the largest manhunt in Minnesota history that just happened. Federal, state, local authorities, countless others helping here. This is the vehicle that, if you take a look at the events of yesterday, the day that he was apprehended, this is really a pivotal moment. This vehicle was found on this road in Sibley County early afternoon. It was obviously abandoned. Next to it, I believe it's what's on the ground there, but I'm not 100% sure, but somewhere in that area was also a hat that matched the description of that sort of cowboy hat that he was wearing in one of the photos that we've all been seeing over the course of the last few days. It was at this point that authorities tell us that they really honed in on Sibley County. Nearby, there we go, this is great, thank you, Amber. So where the Buick was recovered, you can see there on the right. To the left, you can see the Boelter residence. That is a farm where Vance Boelter lived, we're told by neighbors. Just saw him going to the mailbox, things like that, never saw anybody else there, but that's the Boelter farm. And then there was a possible sighting, male on a bike above that. But the two below really are the most important. You can see the proximity in Sibley County to where that Buick was recovered and his residence, and where he ultimately was found near that residence is where he was located in a cornfield last night and apprehended without incident. All right, sounds like Mary is ready. So let's head out to Mary and try to find out what happened. So Mary, Vance Boelter was actually in the courtroom today, is that right?
He was just a couple of feet away from where I was sitting in the court gallery. I want to give you a lay of the land here in St. Paul. This is the back of the federal courthouse, and if he is going to exit the courthouse and get into a car and perhaps be transported to a federal facility, this is where he would be coming out. So that's why we're stationed back here. I thought it was interesting that Boelter was not shackled in the courtroom. He was wearing the traditional orange jail jumpsuit, but he walked in extremely casually. I cannot emphasize that enough. It was just kind of like he was walking down the street when he was walking into court. He looked right at the court gallery, and then he sat down, asked his attorney a couple of questions. He did not seem nervous. He did not seem scared. This was all very matter of fact, it appeared, for him. He did tell the court that he cannot afford an attorney at this time, so the judge did ask him several financial questions. He said that he only has a part-time job at this point where he makes about $540 a week. He has no other sources of income. He owns the home that he lives in Green Isle, and it's completely paid for. He has 7 vehicles that he pays for. Some of them are his kids. He has about $20,000 to $30,000 in savings, but he did say that he would like that federal defender appointed to him for this case. Now, I've been poring over the criminal complaint and getting a look at some of the new details in there. I think the big question is, how did he get from that scene in Brooklyn Park where he's accused of murdering the Hortmans to that home in North Minneapolis? And it's still unclear exactly how he got there, but he did reportedly meet a person at a bus stop in North Minneapolis and bought their car and e-bike from them for about $900. So met that person in North Minneapolis at the bus stop, went to a U.S. bank location in Robbinsdale, Minnesota, took out $900 from the bank, and then bought their car and e-bike from them. That car that he bought from them is the same car that authorities found in Green Isle towards the side of that dirt road yesterday. So that kind of lets us know how he got there reportedly. It was a Buick. Inside of that Buick, I also thought that this was interesting. Authorities found a handwritten note essentially confessing to the crime, saying that he's the shooter that they're looking for. Also, that cowboy hat found outside the vehicle. That note was directly addressed to the FBI. So it seems like he had either run out of gas or perhaps wanted to be found by authorities at that point, Amy.
Interesting. We're learning a little bit more about when you talk about kind of the financials here, one of the things that as people were Googling him and trying to figure out who this person was, one of the things that comes up is that he is running some sort of a security company, something like that. You had a chance to talk with the roommate in Minneapolis. Can you tell us a little bit about what he told you?
Yeah, he said that this security company is still an idea. Although it has an official looking website, it is not off the ground yet. It is not in operation. It is still just sort of a fledgling idea in his mind at this point. If you look at his work background, it is diverse. Of course, we knew that he served on that board, the nonpartisan board at the state level, but in speaking with his roommate, it looks like he worked in food services at some point for a company in Bloomington. Also worked perhaps for a morgue or funeral home company at some point. So unclear what that part-time job is that he was referring to. But the roommate said that when he did get those part-time jobs here in the Minneapolis area, he stayed at that home in North Minneapolis. So a financial picture, $540 a week, and he reportedly has 5 children. That's, not a ton of money. The roommate did indicate that he was dealing with some financial stress at the time and that his mood had sort of shifted. So getting definitely a little bit more color to the picture of what was going on in his life before the shooting.
Mary, I don't know how much of the affidavit you had a chance to look at, or how much detail. Did they talk at all about how long they believe Vance Boelter had been planning this?
They didn't give an exact timeline, but they certainly went into detail about how extensively he researched his victims. There are several websites out there, People Search, Spokio, and these are sort of aggregators of all the public information about people that's available online. So he looked over those websites and researched his victims very intensely on those and took a lot of handwritten notes. One of those pictures was also included in the criminal complaint that I saw today. So it was an extensive process, and he really researched all of this, lending to those stalking charges at the federal level that he's facing.
And so is it true now, accurate, that the federal case is going to be moving forward first, right?
Yes, and that is traditionally how it works. We've seen that at a couple different high-profile cases that we've covered. Typically, the federal case resolves itself because that is seen as it just supersedes the district courts in Hennepin County. So, but no indication that those Hennepin County charges are going to go away. They will just be sort of on hold as the federal case plays out.
Yeah, and people might be wondering too, and I know you're not a lawyer, but I think I heard you talking about this earlier, explaining why, the federal and the fact that they can charge him federally, and then also the consequence that could come with that.
Yeah, so potential sentences that he could serve life in prison, and then also on that federal murder charge, the death penalty is on the table. We did ask the U.S. Attorney about that earlier this morning, if he was intently seeking the death penalty. I think about cases like Luigi Mangione, and that federal officials are seeking the death penalty in that case. So he didn't give a clear answer as to if that's something, but he said that, it is on the table. It's something that they're looking at, but didn't give a clear answer, yes or no, if that is something that they're definitely going to look at pursuing in this case.
Okay, and so did you mention already next steps here as far as court hearings, or what's the next move?
Yep. So he's going to be kept in custody until his next court hearing. That's on June 27th. Okay. I also want to mention that the courtroom was sort of divided into media members, members of law enforcement, and then there was a separate row. It did appear like there were some family members, perhaps his father or an uncle, that came to look. We did try to find them after court, but didn't want to speak with us. But it did seem like he had some people who knew him before today there in court.
All right. Okay, Mary, thank you for that update. Really appreciate it. We'll see you in a little bit.
Thanks, Amy.
Thanks. Mary McGuire outside the federal courthouse in St. Paul as the suspect, Vance Boelter, has just had his first court hearing, which is first hearing, sorry. So many different terms floating in my head right now. And so he was actually at this court hearing, the one in Minneapolis today. However, with the state charges, he was not there. So I think we have a sketch artist that's going to be bringing us some images here in just a little bit. But really, at the federal level is where we're getting the majority of the new details today, as Mary was just telling us, and as you heard from the acting U.S. attorney right before that. Much more widespread than we thought. The events of Saturday morning, 4 homes instead of 2 homes, and the incredible work by law enforcement to thwart the plan and to interrupt it to the point where it separated the suspect from the vehicle, and we'll just never know, but potentially saving countless lives there. So, and he couldn't get very far because he was mostly on foot, except for the vehicle and the e-bike that we're learning that he purchased as well. So incredible, all the pieces here, all the different scenes, crime scenes, homes. It's really incredible that this has come together. Okay, Amber's telling me that Rob Olson is in the Green Isle area, and Rob, it looks, if I'm right, it looks behind you like the area where he was apprehended last night.
This is this spot right here. I don't know if you can see the trampled down area there.
Yep.
That's where he came out and surrendered to law enforcement right on this road. So to give you a geographical idea where we are, we're just a few miles southeast of Green Isle. Vance Boelter's home is about a mile and a half straight to the east of where I am right now. So straight over there. We spoke to the homeowner here. He was not home yesterday. But Wendy Thomas, another neighbor who lives on the other side of the Boelters, further to the east, just another half mile to the east. She had come to this home up here yesterday to pick up something from the homeowner who was not home. And as she was driving back down this driveway, saw a man walking next to the driveway in the field. And she thought, that's odd. She didn't instantly think this is Vance Boelter. She didn't think that he would be anywhere near his own home here. But she did think it was odd because she knew the homeowner was not here. No one else had had permission to be on his property. It was a single man. And she said she started kind of freaking out and was about to call 911 when she got to the end of the drive down here. And there was a sheriff's deputy. As you know, there were a lot of law enforcement in this area. Told the sheriff's deputy, I just saw a man walking in this field. And then that's what led to cornering him out in this area. So where they had him surrounded and viewed by drones was in this kind of marshy area here. And, the audio that we heard last night, I talked to the homeowner that recorded that audio where you could hear them on the bullhorn saying, we got you surrounded. That was recorded from a little bit over in that direction. But he was out in this field, and what Kevin here, who's the homeowner, said, from what he understood, what the police told him, et cetera, is that he crawled out basically through this field, and it's marshy. I walked about 5-6 feet into there, and it was over my shoes, wet, and then ultimately came out here. Now, you've also heard about his image being caught on a trail camera.
Yeah.
That was prior to Wendy seeing him walking along this driveway. And that is in a wooded area further to the south of us. We've been trying to track down the person who owns that trail camera. So far have not made contact with him, but that was further to the south. So that gave them an indication of that he was here in this area. And that was, very immediate indication that he was here because that trail camera's got just like your Ring camera or Nest camera or anything would have it has a time and date on it. So they knew he was in this area. And then once Wendy said, I just saw a man walking down here, that's what cornered them in this field. And that, relatively short in the scope of things, sort of negotiation or standoff with him happened. I mean, that was in the matter of an hour or so that they had him here before he came out onto this road and they took him into custody.
Yeah, one of the fears going into it, of course, as we were hearing from sources that they were starting to close in, is, was he still armed? Would there be some sort of a, exchange? Would someone get hurt or worse in this kind of situation, meaning the law enforcement or somebody, witness or someone in the area? But the fact that this ended the way it did, Rob, is pretty incredible.
It is pretty incredible, and it sounds like he was still armed when he came out. So I think there was a lot of expectation that he may not, speculation. I mean, you never know how these things are going to end or what's in a person's mind. But people are wondering: is he going to, if he's surrounded, give himself up freely? And he did, and right there is where it happened.
Incredible. And also the fact that he went to familiar places, apparently, after committing allegedly these heinous crimes, went back to the home in Minneapolis, and now this one, where he was eventually captured, is also just really puzzling.
Yeah, and where that car was found, again, that's a few more miles to the east. So east of his home, again, we're about 1.5 miles or so west of his home. It's a neighboring property over this way. But that car was found abandoned a few more miles to the east, and so that gave an indication that he's in the area. And it's my understanding that was the cowboy hat sitting next to the car on the road that you can see in the picture from the federal indictment. And then a bike involved, and then again that trail camera image, and then Wendy seeing a person again. She didn't initially think it was him because she didn't think he would be anywhere near his home. She said, I thought that in no way would he want to come back to near his home, knowing that it was, had been searched and likely still under surveillance. So, but it also did make her wonder, what is this? And she was worried about it. So, and especially in the context of being in a shelter in place and what had transpired here.
Yeah.
That made her even more on edge about seeing a person walking around. Who is that and what are they doing? And again, so she talked to a deputy right here coming by on the road, and they zeroed in on this marshy field here, and then things ended relatively quickly considering how long law enforcement surrounding somebody or a standoff situation, how long those can go.
What an incredible relief for so many people, particularly those who lived in those areas where they were receiving the emergency alerts and lock your doors and your cars and things like that. So just relief all around on so many different levels today, especially I'm sure the folks that you've been talking with as well, Rob.
Yeah, they say, it's still processing it. It's still, it's so fresh that it's just, I said, how are you feeling now the next day when it's all over? It still hasn't fully hit me and processed through, but it's just, they had a hard time putting into words what that feeling was about this being the focus and what happened here to people.
Okay, we'll catch up with you here. I think you're on 5 and 6 tonight.
Yep.
Okay, and so we'll have some of those interviews.
Yes,
well? Okay.
Yes, we will. I know we've got a lot of stuff to get through today, so it's a lot of information. But considering what we've learned in that federal indictment about other planned the lawmakers where he stopped at, the volume of information that they'd found, and the U.S. attorney. Joe Thompson did mention that his best guess was that he'd been working on this for months at least, but beyond that couldn't speculate. So there was a lot going into it, and then this all transpired again fairly quickly. It took a lot of people by surprise that he would be found so close to his home.
Absolutely. All right, Rob. Thanks for the update. We appreciate all the information from the neighbors in that area. We'll see you later.
You bet.
Okay. Rob Wilson in Green Isle. At the scene, literally, we saw where the suspect Vance Boelter was crawled out to law enforcement. It was the FBI who laid hands on him first, and then it was Minnesota State Patrol who put the handcuffs on him, and he was taken into custody. So he is right now in the hands of the U.S. Marshals. Had his first court appearance that he didn't appear at with the state charges, and then did appear at the federal courthouse for his first appearance there to face those federal charges, which does put the death penalty on the table. So learning a lot today, learning a lot today. Let's, hi Amber.
Hi, what were you gonna say?
Oh no, I wanted to transition into some of the information that we have about the Hoffmans, and also, you know, talk about some of that as well. But we're going to go about probably 15 more minutes or so.
Yeah, I think so. We have editors right now working on turning some sound, because I was thinking the exact same thing as you, and I would like to make sure we are still focusing on the victims here.
Yeah.
Chanu this morning, Amy, was at the memorial outside of the state capitol. Danny, I think we actually have some video outdoors of the state capitol memorial, A33. The memorial was since moved inside, Amy, as you know.
Yeah, they are asking, sorry to interrupt, they are asking people, if you are going to show up, just please bring them inside. So this is obviously from earlier when it wasn't raining.
Yeah, so this is before the storm, but while Chanu was there, he was actually able to speak with some people at the memorial about, you know, how just like your average people are really feeling the effects of this, right? So it's just rattled so many. So I'm working on getting some sound from people out there. We also have some new video from inside at the memorial. If you're able, Danny, A32.2. So again, like you mentioned, as the rain came in this morning, people were moving the memorial pieces inside into the state capitol. There's a memorial on Representative Hortman's desk now. There's also, we should mention, if you are going there, increased security at the Capitol. So you will likely see that. Corin was saying there were some dog sniffing with officers there. So, but this is what it looks like right now inside the state Capitol.
Okay, and if we do have a chance in the next 15 minutes or so, I know we've been talking a little bit about one of their neighbors who was close with Mark Hortman, and he was able to shed a little light on who Mark was as well. So if we have an opportunity to pull that, I don't know if we had sound this morning, or if, I can't remember if Kelly or Tom were just talking about it, but
let me see, I'll do a little digging.
I think Leon did the interview with him yesterday, if I remember right. So if that's something that our newsroom can help us out with, we'd love to be able to share that, as well as we want to honor the two people who have passed, which is both Melissa Hortman and Mark Hortman as well.
I do have that sound from a visitor at the memorial now, Amy. So Danny, that's page A32.3 when you are able.
I work in the legislature. I just finished my first session as a Senate staffer, and I'm actually going into lobbying now, but Senator Hoffman has been very impactful to me. He's changed my career, and he's changed the way I see myself in this work, and my heart just breaks.
As far as you know, him being able to help you and your career and your ambitions, can you talk about just what that means to you to have someone like that support you?
It's amazing. I will always take everything he's taught me and continues to share with me, and he's amazing. He's an amazing man.
What went through your mind this weekend as you just see and hear all that happened?
I didn't know what to think. What do you think? None of this is normal. There were no words.
How does it feel to be out here today and just see all of this?
So emotional. It's unfair. We shouldn't be here. Melissa should be alive, and Mark should be alive, and Hoffman and Yvette should not be in hospital beds.
And you know, if you could speak to Senator Hoffman and Yvette right now, what would you say to them?
Recover, heal, do whatever you need to do. We are here for you, and we love you, and we're going to keep fighting for you just like you fought for us.
come to us. Oh, thanks,
yeah,
Danny.
I just heard the all call there as well. So coming out of that reaction, do we need to get on weather?
He's going to
here?
come on in just a couple seconds here.
Chief Meteorologist Ian Leonard just keeping us informed here as he's been following some severe weather that's moving across Minnesota right now. So I think he's going to jump on in about a minute or so, and we'll take that.
Yeah.
Okay.
A couple minutes, we'll take that.
Okay, sounds good. So hang tight because we have some important information that Ian Leonard wants to share with us.
We're coming on in just a couple seconds. Ian's getting ready to go here.
All right, you just take it away.
You can just take Ian.
From the Foxhound Weather Center, Chief Meteorologist Ian Leonard. Look, all morning long on Twitter and on the Facebook, everything else, I've been promising you a bumpy ride this afternoon, and that's where we are. And I will tell you this is the start of the bumpy ride, and there are two areas of concern right now. You see the first one all the way down 35 into the metro, and the second one is one lowly pink shaded county. Now, if you've watched over the years, it's usually a black shaded county for a tornado warning. This is a tornado warning specifically for Otter Tail County, and it is speaking about a confirmed tornado. It is a small tornado confirmed on the ground near Vinning, and all of this is tracking off to the east at around 25 miles per hour. So if you are in Otter Tail County, in the area here that is off to the west-southwest of Wadena and west of Bertha and north of Parker's Prairie, this is an area I want you to put your personal storm plan into effect. A confirmed tornado on the ground in Otter Tail County, just to the west of Vinning. Now, add to that, if you were in the Twin Cities Metro, you'll notice the large box right here. That is a step below a severe thunderstorm warning. That is a special weather statement for parts of Anoka, Hennepin, and Ramsey counties as this large area of storms rolls here right into the metro. I will tell you, we have had reports of inch to almost 3/4 inch size hail and winds running at around 50 miles per hour. That's why this is just one stage under a severe thunderstorm warning. But that core right there, see that bright white and magenta just here? If you were to look, let me outline it for you. That is Hennepin County here all the way up to St. Michael and then bending back. So it's the northwest metro, everywhere west and northwest of downtown Minneapolis. That puts areas like Mound, St. Michael, Blaine, all the way into Coon Rapids, stretching all the way down into Maple Grove, all of Lake Minnetonka. This is your storm areas in the northwest metro. If you are near this storm, lightning is a major factor right now, but watch as these storms continue to roll off and across the entire metro. Look, if you're outside today and you hear thunder somewhere in the distance, that's your cue. You're off the fields and you are inside. I'd love to. Vince, my buddy Vinny's in the control room. He has camera 21 all pegged up here. Go ahead. You can just take it anytime you want, Vinny, and I'll react to it. But there it is, a tornado warning for Otter Tail County until 3 p.m. A confirmed tornado on the ground near Vinning and moving off to the east at nearly 25 miles per hour. If you were in the greater metro, and I just talked about this, the special weather statement, that's wave 1 that went through just through the noon hour. Here's wave 2 and everything glowing in white. That is the special weather statement. Parts of Anoka, Hennepin, and Ramsey counties. I mentioned this is below severe thunderstorm warnings. That would put it below 3/4 of an inch size hail and below 60 mile per hour wind gusts. That doesn't mean this isn't a really strong storm. I have some incredible pictures that have come in from Waite Park, so just off to the south of St. Cloud, of multiple trees in multiple neighborhoods, down on houses, down on cars, and these are 40 and 50 foot size trees. There was no severe thunderstorm warning for Waite Park at that time, so don't sleep on this storm. This is a very strong storm that is about to march all the way across the Twin Cities. The kids are out of school. Maybe they're off on their bikes. Maybe their backyard in the, on the trampoline. Whatever they are doing, this particular storm is one I do not want you to sleep on. I'm going to quickly move back to the Weather Center just so you're like, where'd he go? Man, he just disappeared. And I want to move some things around for you here live on the air, because I always think that if we can provide the proper information and you get an idea of exactly where these are heading. There's the tornado warning for Otter Tail County. As we work our way through the next 20 minutes, this is a confirmed tornado 24 miles east of Fergus Falls, moving east at 25 miles per hour. So there you have it, near Vinning, 24 miles east of Fergus Falls, moving to the east at 25 miles per hour. So you're doing the basic math in your head and you're like, well, wait a minute. If it's east of Fergus Falls and it's moving to, if it's west of Fergus Falls and it's moving to the east at 25 miles per hour, Fergus Falls all the way into Brainerd, that's the area that is next under the weather gun with this strong tornado producing storm, a tornado confirmed on the ground just to the west of Vinning. Now, let's deal with Metro specific. Special weather statement still here for Anoka, Hennepin, and Ramsey counties. You see lightning tracker pinging away, and lightning is going to be a big factor here. As we move our way through the next couple of hours, lightning will continue to give us at least an idea here of the veracity of this storm. There is a large hail core. That's that pink magenta area you see here. Also some blinding, very heavy rain. And as this wipes its way across the metro, it is everybody off the fields and inside. So with this going on right now, it is a special weather statement. We'll talk winds at 40 to 50 miles per hour. We will talk a half-inch, perhaps 3/4 inch size hail in the growing phase right now. And as this line continues to slide across the metro, we'll talk about an intensification, if you will. And the Storm Prediction Center has promised, an 80% promise, almost a pinky swear, the possibility here of a tornado watch for areas from the North Metro all the way north into Cabin Country here as we work through this afternoon. That has not come to bear yet, but at least you get an idea here as we move through the next couple of hours where we're headed. So I'll zoom in here just to talk more specifically about Plymouth, Hopkins, downtown Minneapolis, Brooklyn Park. There's the center. That is a massive core of some very heavy rain and half-inch sized hail. This is all going to move itself here as we head through time. It is moving off to the east at around 25 miles per hour. So it puts you into Columbia Heights in 16 minutes. State Fairgrounds, so Falcon Heights area here in the next 26 minutes. It is going to wipe itself right across the North Metro. I would envision using 94 as your line. Everywhere along, both sides of 94, along 94 and north, as this storm works across the metro. So that includes downtown Minneapolis and areas north. That includes downtown St. Paul and areas north. This is going to be a very strong storm as it comes across the metro. And you're saying to yourself, well, wait a minute. We're not in a severe thunderstorm warning. It's a big, strong storm about to push its way across a couple of million folks. And that's why we're here, my friends. Here's the big picture view. This storm running all the way down 35 into the metro. Notice how this has changed colors. It is no longer a pink tornado warning. It is now black. We've gone from a confirmed tornado on the ground to a Doppler indicated tornado. In other words, the tornado that was on the ground near Vinning, moving to the east at 25 miles per hour, moving toward Fergus Falls. It is still a very strong storm, but there is no longer a confirmed tornado on the ground. Notice how small this tornado warning was, and plenty of thunderstorms around here. But when you start to head towards Staples and Bertha and Wadena, that tornado warning should give you an idea. There is enough energy in the atmosphere with a confirmed tornado about 15 minutes ago, and enough twist in the atmosphere that we're not quite out of the woods yet. The Storm Prediction Center is talking about this area here. So north and northwest, all the way to Cabin Country, areas like Brainerd and Bemidji. I think Mille Lacs will kind of be the dividing line here, and off to the northwest for the possibility of a tornado watch. If you've been outside, look, it is hot, it is humid. I was just in the newsroom a couple of minutes ago, and I said to people, our folks there, you know, and they've worked so hard this weekend with our breaking news, and I'm so proud to be a part of this team. But I said to them, look, as these successive waves of showers and thunderstorms rumble across and off to the east, once those storms pass, if we can clear the clouds and get into that brilliant sunshine where the humidity shoots up and it gets very soupy, that's something we call differential heating. We really begin to heat the ground, which gives us some incredible upward vertical velocity. That in turn gives us stronger and stronger storm possibilities. That's what we're looking for. So as this storm clears with lightning tracker here pinging away, as that storm clears the greater Twin Cities metro over the next, say, 60 minutes here off to the east, once we pick up some more sunshine and it gets thick and it gets soupy, that's your key that we're not quite finished with storms so far today. I'll take it one step further into this storm. So look, there's Brooklyn Park. From the Medina area and the Medina Ballroom, Medina Golf and Country Club, all right here. Then you come south to Lake Minnetonka and areas into Minnetonka, areas into St. Louis Park, and then back up here for Maple Grove, pushing over toward Coon Rapids and eventually Blaine. That is the area of concern right now. Downtown Minneapolis, you're outside, you're thinking to yourself, well, Ian Leonard's talking about some large hail and some blinding rain. That's exactly what is about to pass through the area. I haven't tracked the line in some time here. I tracked the single part of the storm. So as we come here to the bulk of the storm, and it's in white right there, and we're moving off to the east at nearly 25 miles per hour. You saw it jog right there very quickly. East-southeast. There's where we'll talk about. So Friendly Fridley in the next couple of minutes. Lauderdale in 14 minutes. St. Louis Park, you heard me mention that here in about 5 minutes. Of course, downtown Minneapolis is also here as this storm rips here at about 25 to 30 miles per hour off to the east and slowly with a little turn here off to the east southeast. So now you've got an idea where this storm is headed. If you have some friends who are outside and they said, hey, I'm going to take the kids to Minnehaha Falls today. I'm going to take the kids out on the bikes today. And you're like, ooh, I don't know if they know about that. You get on the phone, you're like, hey, Bob or Sally or Amber or anybody else out there. I got to tell you, there's a really strong storm rolling through. And Amber, one of our great producers here at Fox 9, just got in my ear, said you have some live cameras. Go ahead. I'd love to see them because right now I'm in the studio. But you get an idea here as the storm continues to move. Live cameras will give us an incredible picture here. Just out from the Weather Service too, an airport weather warning, talking about how strong this storm is. So again, we're below a severe thunderstorm warning. But we are talking about hail of at least half size in diameter and winds to 40 and 50 miles per hour. That's why we're talking about the new airport weather warning. So you got some friends who are coming in. I'm looking at the cameras right now. Amber, what are you on, 26? No, you're on 21. Oh, okay. Okay, so look at the blinding rain there. This is Highway 100 at Brooklyn Boulevard. This is what I talked about, that big magenta color, how it'd be big, blinding rain. There's some hail in there as well, a decent hail core. And look at the wind-whipped rain. I know Amber in the booth as well. We can also look at some of our sky cams, 21 or 22 or 23. All give us a really good viewpoint. That's an incredible shot from Highway 100 and Brooklyn Boulevard, giving you an idea of exactly what we're looking at. Here's a live look outside. That's looking off to the north and west. And you see that line of clouds, it looks like it disappears into the ground. That's the rain. That is a massive, wide rain shaft. And if you stay on that over the next couple of minutes, those clouds that it looks like there's a whiteout on the ground, you're going to see that come closer and closer and quite simply wash itself across the landscape here, including eventually this camera position. Now look at the bottom of the clouds. You see there's a little cotton candy-esque thing. We call that scud. You'll see a little bit of twist, a little bit of turn in those. It can be a little dark. It can be a little foreboding. Notice the white line along the ground. It's tough to see, but pick one particular marker there and keep an eye on it, and you'll see it slowly get taken over by the rain. I'll tell you right now, this is going to be an incredible shot as the rain gets closer and closer, so it will eventually look like that. This is Highway 157th Avenue. And, you know, whenever you look at that ripping rain as it catches the wind and it moves along the ground, this is where it becomes hard to drive. This is where it becomes dangerous for fully leafed trees. And if you go to our website, fox9.com, you'll see some of the tree damage that happened an hour and 15 minutes ago in Waite Park. Massive trees fully out of the ground with the entire root ball also dragged out of the ground and laying on cars and laying on houses. No severe thunderstorm warning with that because it came so very, very fast, but it is the wind and it is the rain that is ripping right now. Come back here to us in the studio if you would. By the way, Amber and Vinny in the control room, thank you. Amazing stuff to be able to look outside and see that. Notice how this hasn't changed. The special weather statement is still in place for Anoka, Hennepin, and Ramsey counties. A special weather statement is kind of like when your teacher asks you a question in class and you put up your hand and you're not getting called on. So then you start snapping your fingers and you're still not getting called on. So you go, ooh, ooh, ooh. It's to get your attention. This hasn't reached the parameters of a severe thunderstorm warning yet, but this is a very strong storm. Notice lightning tracker pinging away with lightning here just north of downtown Minneapolis. When you look at least a 15-mile parameter here away from that lightning, that puts you into the South Metro. This entire area here, if you have folks outside, maybe they're playing a little sports and having some fun, all of that needs to be suspended. Winds at 40 to 50 miles per hour, possibly bringing down trees the way it did in Waite Park. Lightning tracker pinging away here with the special weather statement for Anoka, Hennepin, and Ramsey counties. And as I mentioned, the Weather Service putting out a airport weather warning at 2:43. How about this? 0.84 inches of rain measured in 17 minutes in southwest Maple Grove. That just came onto the line. Almost 9/10 of an inch of rain in 17 minutes. Amber and everyone in the booth, we can go away from radar here and give you a look back outside because the rain is so very intense. Now there's that perfect shot. We were looking at that shot and the white cloud that was hitting the ground, that's all one massive rain shaft, by the way. And it gives you an idea as this rain gets closer and closer to downtown Minneapolis. This is coming at you here out of the west-northwest to give you an idea what you're looking at here. So you're looking west-northwest. And look at this rain. It's about to take over the camera. And when it does, it's going to be a big one. So 9/10 of an inch of rain in 17 minutes. In southwest Maple Grove. Here comes the rain across downtown Minneapolis. It will be blinding at times, but all a part of this special weather statement is the bulk here. Fair warning to everybody in the booth. I walk off camera in order to see a monitor with the weather cameras. Can't see them anywhere else, just so you know. This is live television, right? I need to communicate with them. I need to communicate with you. It's the beauty of live television, but here we are back in the studio, that special weather statement and this massive area right here that will continue to move itself. I'm just going to clear that off. That will continue to move itself. There's the track as it moves here off to the east-southeast at almost 25 miles per hour is still the last time we had this. So I'll move this and pull it out for you, and it will give you at least a chance here to look at the overall state of this storm. This storm is going to continue to move here off to the east, call it 25 miles per hour. So St. Anthony, 4 minutes. This is all that big rain shaft that was moving into downtown. US Bank Stadium, it's there right now, and it is blinding rain as it comes across. Keep in mind, there's thunder and lightning with this. The reason I want you off the sports fields and inside away from the rain. If there is one thing about rain like this, yeah, you're not going to stay outside. This is some heavy duty rain. So 9/10 of an inch in 17 minutes in southwest Maple Grove. So plenty here as this storm rips. Remember, I was using 94 as kind of that dividing line. Notice how it is sort of slunk down. Now it's starting to straddle 94. So downtown Minneapolis, now it's going to work its way here. So from Falcon Heights, I think this storm is starting to dive more to the south. So if that's the case, if we're going to dive this storm a little more to the south, let's pull it here to around 25 miles per hour and see what we're talking about. So that puts it into areas barely into Richfield here in 14 minutes. Hence the airport weather warning, Richfield all the way into Bloomington, Eagan, this entire area. Downtown Twin Cities, that's downtown Minneapolis represented here on the map. It is there right now. If you got some friends downtown, call them and ask them how heavy the rain is. And I bet they can't see out of the office building. We can always go to any of these traffic cameras or weather cameras. Again, Amber, camera 22. Oh yeah, let's go there. There it is, downtown Minneapolis. So this is 94. This is in the westbound lane south of Highway 55. Look at the water on the roads. You know, we had 9/10 of an inch in 17 minutes. Flooding is going to be a major problem. A lot of these cars aren't moving very fast, and understandably. Look at the water that they're pushing off to the side. So now we'll talk about ponding of water on roadways. Now we'll talk about at least the possibility of localized flooding. Now we'll continue to talk about a very strong and if not serious storm that isn't quite at severe storm standards working its way across the Twin Cities metro. Wow, look at this truck. Look at the rain coming on. It's almost like a boat, the way it's pushing this water aside. So ponding on roads is going to be problematic. Obviously, we're almost, we're about 15 minutes